To welcome him. Inviting all our panelists, Mr. Jayan Singh, Vice Chairman, Inland Waterways Authority of India. A warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Mr. Manoj Singh, Executive Director, Traffic Transportation, Freight, Ministry of Railways. Inviting Mr. Constantino Xavier, Fellow Center for Social and Economic Progress. A warm welcome. Inviting Mr. Kiran Gitte, Secretary, Directorate of Urban Development Department, Government of Tripura. Inviting Mr. Prabir De, Professor, Research and Information System for Developing Countries. Inviting Mr. Satish Reddy, Trade Facilitation Expert, Asian Development Bank. And ladies and gentlemen, our eminent panelists, Mr. Vikram K. Doraiswamy, High Commissioner of India to Bangladesh, could not be present here with us today, but he has sent us a recorded message which we would be playing during the panel discussion.
Free flow? Free sitting? I can fill in for you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to be seated, please. May I request once again everybody to be seated. And once again, a very warm welcome to Technical Session 1 on unlocking potential of cross-border trade through the land ports. And ladies and gentlemen, the time duration for this session is approximately 1 hour 30 minutes, which includes the opening and closing remarks by the distinguished chair. We will have question and answers and interaction with all our delegates in the end. After all the deliberations by our eminent and distinguished panelists present here with us on the panel. But before I hand over to the chairperson to carry forward the proceedings, I have the proud privilege of saying a few words of introduction. Our distinguished and eminent chair, Dr. Dharmendra Singh Gangwar, Secretary, Border Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, is IAS Bihar Batch 1988 officer, was former Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and has held various important positions in several ministries over the past 15 years. Our eminent panelist, Mr. Vikram K. Doraiswamy, High Commissioner of India to Bangladesh, could not be present here today with us physically, but he has sent us a recorded message, which whenever our chair requests would be played during the deliberations of the panel discussion session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have on the dais with us Mr. Jayan Singh, Vice Chairman, Inland Waterways Authority of India. He belongs to the 1994 batch of the Indian Railways Traffic Service. He served in various capacities in Rajasthan and Gujarat, most notably in Container Corporation of India. He set up and operationalized a number of multimodal logistics terminals in Rajasthan and Haryana, and was associated with the launch of the first double-stack container train in Asia. He has also served as Joint Secretary at the National Security Council Secretariat under the Prime Minister's Office, where he handled matters pertaining to internal and external security. On the dais, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Shri Manoj Singh, Executive Director, Traffic Transportation Freight, Ministry of Railways. Belongs to the Indian Railways Traffic Service 1989 batch, and he was also responsible for establishing the first international container connectivity by rail by establishing rail service from Kolkata Port to ICD Birganj in Nepal. And prior to this, he has worked as Advisor, Transport Planning Commission, and later Niti Aayog, NSDRM Jabalpur. At DRM Jabalpur, he contributed to creation of infrastructure, especially in the areas of electrification, doubling IBS intermediate block sections, competition of yard remodeling work, and redevelopment of the Jabalpur station. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us today on the panel Mr. Constantino Xavier, Fellow Center for Social and Economic Progress, and a non-resident fellow at the Brookings Institution. He leads the Sambandh initiative on regional connectivity, which examines India's political security and economic relations with the South Asian neighborhood. He received research awards from the United States Fulbright Program and the Indian Council for Cultural Relations. We welcome on the panel Mr. Kiran Gitte, Secretary, Director of Urban Development Department, Government of Tripura, has been awarded the Pradhan Mantri Award for successful implementation of Jan Dhan Yojana in Tripura, and previously he has worked as Deputy Secretary, Water Supply and Project Officer of Jal Swarajya. He has also been awarded for implementation of Jal Yukt Shivar Yojana in Amravati District, Maharashtra. On the panel, we have with us Mr. Prabir De, Professor, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, is a professor at the Research and Information System for Developing Countries, RIS, New Delhi, and is also head of ASEAN Lead Center, AIC, at RIS. Dr. De works in the field of international economics and has research interest in international trade and development. He has been conducting policy research for the Government of India and several national and international organizations. And on the panel we have with us Mr. Satish Reddy, Trade Facilitation Expert, Asian Development Bank, is consultant on regional cooperation and trade facilitation for SAARC Division of the Asian Development Bank, ADB. He is working on South Asian Sub-Regional Economic Cooperation, SASEC program, and is involved in regional cooperation, trade transit and transport facilitation, and customs cooperation matters in the SASEC countries. Was awarded the Presidential Appreciation Certificate in India in the year 2012. And ladies and gentlemen, with those words of introduction, I hand over to our distinguished and eminent chair, Dr. Dharmendra Singh Gangwarji, Secretary, Border Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. Once again, reminding you, sir, the time duration is about 1 hour, 30 minutes. Over to you, sir.
Thanks for kind introduction of fellow panelists. So we will come back to the brass tacks of this session. So directly we will go back to the topic of the session, unlocking potential of cross-border trade, as it was addressed by our chief guest in the pre-session. The cross-border trade encompasses many aspects, dimensions of the trade. It need not be limited to goods. It can be limited to services. It can be it need not be only commercial. It can be non-commercial trade also. It can be routed through the land or the waterways, etc. So they have different dimensions. What I would request, for the sake of time, punctuality, I will request the fellow panelists to make an opening statement for around 6 minutes. And because the individual panelists are of distinct specialty, what will we do after their 6-minute introductory comment? We will go for that particular panelist, the interaction, some ideas which generates. The collective goal at the end of the technical session is, as our Honorable Home Minister Saab said in the morning, to generate ideas for next 25-year vision of Amrit Kal 2047. So let us convert this technical session on the broad guideline which Honorable Home Minister settled and design the next 25-year path for unlocking the cross-border.
As you said. So any data, I mean, before we make any opening remark, data, etc., or the potential that lies in foreign trade as far as our eastern part is concerned, especially, or our land borders are concerned, the whole of, SAP, call it SAARC or BBI and BIMSTEC, whatever ecosystem is available at the click of a mouse, like everything else on Google. But just to sensitize the audience about the kind of potential that exists, which is actually going on right now, and even I was quite amazed when I joined here. Now, there is something called, since I'm from Waterways, I'll be focusing more on water, but then every mode, every trade is essentially multimodal, or intermodal at least, involving two modes. So even if it is traversing by water, there has to be a last mile connectivity through by road or by rail. So essentially, when we talk of trade, we really cannot, dissociate the concept of multimodalism or intermodalism from that. So the number I wanted to highlight was a figure of 4.8 million ton of traffic that traverses between India and Bangladesh by means of Indo-Bangladesh Protocol route. This is the water trade route, and here probably I had Vikram Dorai Swami been here live with us, he would have also stated this figure because this is so critical. At 30% of trade total modal share of traffic in Bangladesh comprises inland waters. 4.8 million is what is moving between India and Bangladesh. And the reason why we need to understand in this context of overall, land port authority, border trade stimulation, etc., is that this is highly, highly, highly unorganized. Many of us who are in this business of logistics understand the kind of problems that are there with land transit, be it rail or by road, which is actually quite asinine. We have common gauge as far as rail is concerned. We have same set of driving rules, thanks to the British legacy. We have everything going for us for seamless movement of trade. Yet this 4.8 million traveling by waterways is just the tip of the iceberg. Now, when I'm talking about the unorganized sector of the trade, it means three things. A, we don't have set of rules other than customs ka jo likha padi hoti hai, the bill of lading, bill of entry and all that is filed. Very little actual certification, etc. is really happening because the trade is of very, very low volume. This 4.8 million predominantly is fly ash, which is nothing but leftover from the thermal power plant, but however a very, very essential ingredient in the cement industry there. And most of this cargo, unfortunately, is not being carried in, some state-of-the-art vessels of Maersk or MSC or something. No, these are actually glorified country vessels. Lot of jugaad there. Highly, highly unsafe. Untrained skill. The only skill that they have is through multiple iteration. जैसे हमारे यहाँ देश में खलासी से आदमी ट्रक ड्राइवर बनता है, वैसे ये लोग they start as laskars and all, they become masters of the vessel. So look at the kind of scope. Now Bangladesh, the way the economy is growing, I mean that is the area which is going to be, it is going to be the next nucleus. And sometimes I joke with my friend, I was in NDC a couple of years back, we had participants from Bangladesh. One of the jokes was that if we maintain the same rate of growth, maybe 3 decades from now, you will be more keen on fencing the borders, your western borders, and we'll be more keen on fencing than us being, keen on fencing the eastern border. So this is the potential. Now, the rule side, what we are doing essentially is we are addressing the lacuna, what shall I say, the legislative regulatory lacuna. A lot of money is being pumped in, but we need to do more on 3 counts. 1, the physical infrastructure. B, the mobile infrastructure, which means be it the rolling stock of trains or the road vehicles or the shipping. And C, and most important driver is going to be the whole set of rules and regulation, not their formulation, ladies and gentlemen, but their enforcement. How your custom inspector or your immigration fellow at the counter, what is his attitude? Because all these things have a cascading effect. So we have to address these 3 lacunas here. And given the kind of profile we have and the mandate LPAI has, and certainly I'm that way, I'm quite sanguine and optimistic that we are slowly getting there. Need to build a little more trust, have the right people with right attitude. That's all for my opening remarks. Thank you, sir.
So, very perfect timing, just less than 2 minutes. I am only running this chapter. So I am doing the exact punctual task of the chairing the timekeeper.
So 4 more minutes in the next round.
So he has got 4 more minutes. So one idea or generation which had come up for LPI and its ecosystem of stakeholders. The low value fly ash, how can we increase the value, high value of the waterways trade? That needs to be, because if you see your trade time, waiting time there with the state government, that waiting parking area, it was told last review meeting that around 1 week. It will not be there in waterways. So how can we persuade our stakeholders?
3 days for a vessel.
So we must try to explore, number 1 idea which is coming up, that we increase the value, we increase the high value content rather than the fly ash content. How can we do with those customs house agents, etc., that how can we expedite? Second thing which is coming up, the data itself may not be, because it's an organized sector, so LPI can see through that how can they capture the data of this waterways trade. That was one idea. So any other from house, any idea about increasing the waterways trade with Bangladesh? Any ideas, any experts? Because it's a collective brainstorming, a truly technical session. So any experience, ideas for next 25 years? No? Okay. So now we will move ahead to Mr. Manoj Singh, the Executive Director, Traffic, Transportation, Freight, Ministry of Railways. Now we have got two competitors. One is waterways and another is railways. So let us see how can we have a positive, healthy competition between both waterways and railways so that the collective value of the trade increases. Mr. Singh.
Intermodal complementarity, sir.
Thank you, sir. Respected Chairman, my esteemed colleagues on the dais, and my audience here, the ladies and gentlemen. So, sir, initially, before I delve into the railway part, as you have given 6 minutes, I'll use some time of that to try to build a overall...
Jayan has handed over his 4 minutes to you also.
Okay.
Complementarity of waterways and railways.
No, sir, I have no plans to use that 4 minutes. I'll be brief. I think, sir, first thing that we have to see is, we have to understand that this South Asian region in which we are operating, it's almost an axiom. It's a truth that it is the least integrated regions in the world. It is the least integrated. And although we have a common history, a common legacy, still in terms of trade, communication and infrastructure, we are the least integrated of all countries, the SAARC region. Our motorways, railways and waterways, obviously we have to increase the trade so that, look at European Union, for example. European Union is an integration of states. It's a custom union also. So there are no custom checks if you go in different parts of European Union, for example. Unfortunately, the idea of Europe is taking a back seat as we talk. We have this war in Ukraine and so on, and we see that there is a little bit of, going back from globalization, etc. But despite that, the inspiration that we should be looking at is how European Union has done after World War II. I mean, they had a legacy of World War II. It was a big war. So many people died, and still they overcame all that, and they had European Union. Can we go something towards that? I mean, that is the vision that we should be looking for this South Asian region. That would be my first point. My second point would be that, if you look at the trade, how it moves today globally, waterways takes the share, the maximum, the lion's share, 90%, 95% will be waterways. So what happened? We started off, and as it was invoked in the film of LPAI and also by the Honorable Home Minister, it all started with the landways, by the land route. So it was Faiyan and Yuan Sang and so many others, all the Chinese people that we know in the history, they came through the land route, and the cultural integration took place, trade also took place through that. But I think along the history, as we progressed in terms of how the waterways took share, the land actually receded back, and it has now almost become insignificant if you compare our trade by water vis-a-vis the land route. So the need is how do we bring it back, because for vitality of the trade sector, all the transport modes have to be there, and especially we saw during this time, the Corona period, that how the difficulties in trade, for example, if you look at the containers, they are not available today, and the shipping, there is so much of disruption. But the land route is a cheaper route. Many times it's a cheaper route. And if you go, for example, from, let's again take the example of Bangladesh, because that is the largest trading partner amongst the South Asia, and it has actually jumped up to the in the top 5, probably it's number 4 or so. $9 or $10 billion of trade happens with Bangladesh. Suppose you have to take cotton fiber yarn from Punjab to Dhaka, then presently it first goes to Mumbai or to some port this side on the western coast, then it goes to Chittagong, and then it goes. So it takes something like 2 months. But if you go by the land route, it takes half of that, maybe less if we make it more efficient. So that's the potential of the land route, especially in the 15,000 kilometer land route that we've got. So that's a huge potential. So I would, maybe, sir, I think I'm probably run out of my 6 minutes or about to. So I will initially just give these two big thoughts, and then in the later part come how rail is trying to augment this. So I'll repeat for the benefit of the audience, first that the integration of this region has to be improved, and the invocation by the Honorable Home Minister that even people-to-people contact, and I think that's a very good dimension that he added. I don't think that today the LPI land ports are doing that. You don't have a cultural festival, for example, there. Maybe you can start doing that. And that's one. And number two, the importance of land route. That needs to be revived. And we have seen how you cannot take supply chains for granted. The biggest thing that COVID has taught us is please do not take supply chains for granted. They can be as vulnerable as the weakest link in your supply chain. So therefore, there is a need to have all dimensions of supply chain, and therefore land can complement sea. So these are the two messages that I would start with, sir. And then later on, I'll say how railways are also trying to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. So from the railways and waterways, let us move to the social dimension, because that was the point which Honorable Home Minister was emphasizing, people-to-people contact, the social dimension. How after partition, the collective cultural heritage got fractured, in fact. After the partition, the cultural heritage of South Asia got fractured into different, what Honorable Home Minister said, in geopolitical entities, a geocultural entity of a greater South Asian culture got fractured into geopolitical entities of nation states, and how can LPI take leadership in restoring back the geocultural entity of South Asia. So from that angle, I would request Constantino Javier Saab, the Fellow of Center for Social and Economic Progress, to make his opening comments.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gangwar, and also congratulations to the Land Ports Authority of India and Shri Aditya Mishra for hosting this really timely, relevant discussion on broader issues of connectivity, in particular land trade. I'll just try to make 3 points in my 6 minutes, and excuse me because I'm not the most technically competent person to be here. I know this is a technical session. I work on foreign policy, on South Asia. The program that we run at the Center for Social and Economic Progress is about regional connectivity, beyond just the technical dimension, also about the policy issues, the political issues, the importance of exactly reintegrating this region that has fragmented over several decades. So what is, I think, the attempt to do is to not create something new in South Asia and the region for India, but reclaim India's central geoeconomic pivotal role as a hub, as a center of growth, as a center of connectivity, as a place that is towards which countries gravitate, whether they want it or not, because this is a place of innovation, a place of growth, a place of economic development. The work we do is on these foreign policy issues, but we also work on India's integrated checkposts. For example, my colleague Riya Sinha published this recent paper on the integrated checkposts, which is a survey of the phenomenal work that has been achieved over the last 10 years in institutionalizing, formalizing, and upgrading India's land ports in the form of not only, but also and especially the integrated checkposts. And, you know, just to give a personal note, what really woke what I found phenomenal is when I visited my first integrated checkpost just before COVID in February 2020 in the border between Jogbani and Biratnagar in Nepal-India border. And you look at that building, it's a building of scale. It is a massive investment in terms of infrastructure. It is an India that is thinking big, that is investing in these peripheric, neglected areas for decades. And, you know, sometimes we read books, and I sit in my think tank and do all this work by reading books. But looking at these buildings, you get a sense of the priority of connectivity and land border trade that is driving policy today. And that's my first point. While connectivity in the past 70 years were often optional, they were a possibility. And there were moments of focus on the neighborhood and connectivity, land, trade. It's not that it's the first time that this is being attempted. But unlike in the past, where connectivity was often optional, a possibility, now it is an irreversible priority. I think that's what we heard from the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs this morning. That is the message we are seeing left and right over the last few years when we have the first visit of the Indian Prime Minister, for example, to Nepal in 2014, after 20 years. First visit towards Sri Lanka, for example, in 2015, after almost 40 years, except one short visit in 1987. So there is an impetus, an interest in this neighborhood that is irreversible and I think activates this potential of trade and interdependence. And again, it's about reclaiming that role. It's not about doing something new. The second of the third points is that nothing can work. If you look at that ICP on that border, it cannot stand on its own in isolation, that building. That building is a site, it's the center, it's the hub for connectivity in land border trade, but it's only the little link that is physically there. Without a holistic approach to connectivity, without coordination between various branches in the Indian central government, states, cross-border with the neighboring country, those ICPs on those land border posts will not be able to perform the function of exploring that potential. So that requires a broad strategic approach in terms of consultations between a variety of institutions. And these are all problems of policy. Any policy area has problems of coordination between different branches of government. But I would risk saying that doing this ambitious agenda for the next 25 years is probably the most challenging coordination dimension for India's economic and foreign policy in the region, because it involves not only internal actors, but it involves also the neighboring countries and a variety of stakeholders in Nepal, in Bangladesh, in Myanmar, in Bhutan, maybe one day with Pakistan, but certainly with all these countries that have many, many different agencies, organizations, ministries, trading communities, business interests that are involved and are stakeholders in that connectivity. And therefore, for example, the Gati Shakti plan, as has been highlighted this morning, is particularly important to integrate that. I'll end on the last point, which is, again, nothing will work on land border trade and on the integrated checkposts, for example, without coordination in your foreign policy with the neighboring countries. India can build its integrated checkposts, again, on this side of the border, but unless there's a matching plug-in from the neighboring country, a harmonization of regulations, policies, standards, this Indian effort will be limited in its impact. And therefore, there's a tremendous importance for India to work through various mechanisms, bilateral ones, the BBIN framework, for example, sub-regional connectivity together with Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh, the BIMSTEC regional organization, other actors, multilateral institutions, whether it's the Asian Development Bank, the World Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, other like-minded partners. We've heard about the European Union that has tremendous expertise, despite not having borders, but in controlling the flow of trade, of people, of goods. So that, I think, opens up a possibility for India over the next 25 years also to work with like-minded, friendly partners to develop this connectivity and reclaim its central role, not only in South Asia, I'd say in Asia. To do this will put India as a hub in Asia and its future development. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing the policy and the institutionalization aspect of the LPAI function. And last week only, we have got a representative from World Bank here? We have got?
They agreed, but then they didn't come.
Okay, okay. So last week only we had a detailed meeting with World Bank team for who are implementing a South Asian regional trade program in Bangladesh and Nepal, and we were just discussing with them because they had come to us that how can, because their project is currently running in Bangladesh and Nepal, how can India be the, so we were discussing the idea that these integrated checkposts and land ports are only infrastructure, and they are only an infrastructure and not beyond. That means we need to create an economic structure over this infrastructure. And there can be different models of creating infrastructure, the economic structure over this hub of the infrastructure. It could be in the form of, for example, we discussed last week only with World Bank team, it could be a joint venture. Let us say from Meghalaya, coal is going to Bangladesh in formal, informal mechanism. Could there be an institutional arrangement of joint venture between Coal India and the equivalent PSC of Bangladesh and formalizing this trade? So these are the ideas which we need to think through, how to design a collective institutional formation, not only individual, entrepreneurial driven, but institutional, like the joint venture between the PSUs of two countries. So this was one idea which I thought, because Mr. Javier said institutionalizing. So institutionalizing of the trade itself needs some brainstorming idea. So right from so far we were discussing into the sectors or conceptual, but ultimately borders are the front line. They are the front line of country, their territory. They are a territorial entity. They are the geographical demarcation. So coming from the sector and the conceptual level, we'll go to the front line. We have got Kiran with us. He is Secretary, Directorate of Urban Development Department in Government of Tripura. One of the key actors there, the Tripura, Bangladesh, and our look east policy, that trade corridor is an important one. So let us hear from Kiran, the front line view of the border economy development. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I am representing Tripura state here, and as example how the land, water and railway connectivity can help a state and the region, especially the potential of Tripura becoming a gateway for the entire northeast, how to reduce the pressure on the chicken neck that we have at present. So Tripura has a shared history with Bangladesh, not only the Bengali language, but if you go long back in the history, then there are the Buddhist sites which has a shared culture with the state. And if we see the map of Tripura, it is landlocked from the three sides. And we have about 6 land stations, 3 border huts. And about 3.5 lakh people cross Agarthala from Bangladesh every year. So there is a lot of activity going on, and all the credit to the Ministry of Commerce and LPAI especially for giving a lot of attention to the state. So there are some issues which we can work upon, like say counterpart infrastructure in Bangladesh has to be developed. We have a lot of land custom stations, ICPs coming up on our side, but then if they are not matched on the other side, especially also the road development, like say we have national highways going up to Sabroom in the last tip of the state. We have Rajdhani now linking Delhi with Agarthala, but on the other side there is still a meter gauge in Bangladesh, even though we are trying to connect Agarthala with Akhora. There are a lot of raw material and semi-finished goods in northeast states which are still restricted on a land port export in Bangladesh, like tea is there, rubber products are there. We have a lot of cosmetics which come through that corridor which is banned, which is not allowed from the Tripura side for export into. So we are now at present primarily importing a lot of construction material, fish, oil. So construction material coming from Bangladesh is our need, and it has reduced the cost of construction in the state, because in Calcutta by road or railway is about 1500 kilometers. But if you see Chitgaon, Dhaka, Sylhet, these are within 150 kilometers range. The second issue is that we should allow the vehicles of Bangladesh to come up to at least 10 kilometers in the Indian territory, and similarly our vehicles, mainly the trucks, because loading, unloading expenditure and time is very critical, and that is what makes the difference between the profit and the time optimization. Then the tourist visas are not allowed from the land port. That is the biggest bottleneck for the people-to-people contact in that region. Because right now only air travel visa is given to tourists. If you give the, right now people who are coming are basically for the medical checkup through Agarthala. So this will have a huge potential in that region. And pending the approval of BBN agreement, if we can allow at least tourist cabs to run across the border for the time being, not the goods and commerce, but at least a tourist cab, then there is a lot of potential of the waterways. We have now new protocol route, Haldia to Srimanpur via Bangladesh. We have done a trial run last year. So we have seen that there is at least 35 to 40% saving in the cost of cement and stone chips and other material. So if we can dredge the river Gomti, right now IWI is already working on that, but then also we have to do the dredging in the Bangladesh as well. So that will open up a lot of potential. And lastly, the railways who are doing the work in Agarthala Khaura, there if LPAI can come in and set up ICP there, so that will again open. So in summary, how to make Tripura not only the improve the trade with Bangladesh, but how to make Tripura gateway of Northeast. That is one point. Second, how to open up railway, waterways, and build the counterpart infrastructure in the Bangladesh side. And third is how to give impetus to people contact in this region. So these are the 3 points which I would like to mention here. And Asian Development Bank has done a study on the Northeast Economic Corridor. So that gives a very good suggestion what we should do in the next 20-25 years. So that can be one of the lighthouse for us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kiran, for giving very good practical suggestions. So this can be, need not wait for 25 years as our chief guest said. We can do in next 25 days the tourist visa on arrival in land port. Let us hold next week a meeting with External Affairs for designing at least in the Tripura whatever is required to provide the visa on arrival for tourists at least on the land port. So this is a very good idea, very practical idea, because it gels what our Honorable Home Ministers have said, people-to-people contact. But I was not aware that the land port is not permitted for tourist visa. It has to be only through the online. What we need to, yeah? We need to work next week. Let us hold a meeting with External Affairs and we try to solve this tourist visa. And tourist cab idea is also very good. We have got agreement with them, motor vehicle agreement. You have done some pilot also.
One pilot was done, sir, under his leadership only, but the BBN agreement formally is yet to be signed.
Okay.
Discussions are going on.
Okay, right. And the basic idea which he said that Tripura can become the hub gateway for the Northeast also, and for the services, the medical services, etc., for which people are coming from there, both towards Tripura side and coming to Bengal also for the medical services. So why should they go inside? We can provide those at least primary care services right at our land port. That could be one idea. We need not focus land port only for the goods. We need to focus on the trade, the services. Why people are coming into country? They are coming into for different services. For example, the medical services. They might be coming for educational purpose or something. So how to promote services through our land port could be one idea to explore with your think tank and design a policy. So that was very good, Kiran. Now, because our think tank is Research and Information System for Development Countries, and there is a think tank set up by External Affairs. So I hope you will speak on behalf of your mothering organization that how can we remove the restrictions for providing people-to-people contact. I would invite Mr. Prabir Dey. He is Professor of Research and Information System for Developing Countries. Those who don't know RIS is a think tank set up by External Affairs Ministry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And fellow panelists, I can recognize very well Mr. Sayadawat, the former chair of LPAI, and Mr. Aditya Misraji. And also I'd like to mention here, going beyond the discussion, that the gentleman who took a decision to set up an LPAI 10 years ago, my former boss, Ambassador Sam Sharon, was the former Foreign Secretary. So, and I can recollect and going into a memoir and where this LPAI development will get a good space. Person like Tino and many others who were contributing to the LPAI directly and indirectly, I congratulate them and coming with the Foundation Day. It's a great pleasure for me coming here. And so if I go on giving my perspective on Vision 2047, 25 years from now, we already had a detailed discussion through the MEA and Ministry of Commerce on this line in the last 2.5 months. Several inputs have gone in there. But if I may summarize my view on when you pose the questions, right, what's going to be the trade transportation scenario 25 years from now, 2047, 100 years of India's independence. Mr. Chair, in the morning, the chief guest told us that the countries that surround India, and rather India supporting going into the countries like 6 and the 2, we have actually not forgotten the 2 more. 2 is they are not sharing the land border, but they are sharing very much the maritime border. One is the Indonesia, and the other one with Sri Lanka. They also depend very much on for the trade and transportation with us. If you visit the Srija Hospital in Imphal, or if you visit the hospital in the Port Blair, Srija Hospital is the unique case where 90% of the patients, they come from Myanmar for treatment. And if you visit the hospital in the Port Blair, many of the patients, they come from Aceh province, which crossing Nicobar Islands, they come for treatment. So there's a very strong P2P, people-to-people linkages are there. But if I may delve on to the trade scenario, like I have written in many op-eds on that. The 70% of India's trade happening over land is handling by LPAI. That's coming as purely rough figure $10 billion as today's current price. This is certainly going to change in the numbers. One is the natural growth, and another would be, which will be coming as a catalyst. Ambassador Duraisam is not here. For example, BBIN motor vehicle agreement, India-Bangladesh SEPA, which is being negotiated, BIMSTEC, FTA, if it comes in effect, India-ASEAN, FTA, second phase of it, and there are several bilaterals. If we put all of them, then 25 years from now, this region where the land ICPs, who are our frontline, as the chair rightly said, they are going to play a very, very important role, not only just trade and transportation and passenger movement, they are having a strong role for the livelihood. In my last visit for a study with LPAI, the things that we have seen at Moray, the people that depend on LPAI, ICP Moray is enormous. And 15,000 kilometer of land boundary, I've been writing and also have seen many incidences that there is a discussion happening that if you make FTA, if you make trade transportation move seamlessly, if you allow goods services from your neighborhood coming inside or going out, if you engage more and people to people and looking for their job and prosperity. So there is a need for a coordinated border management because our cargo stock at my side, if it is not clear quickly, then other end will be suffering. So when I land into or anybody goes into the border, they give up their sovereign identity or nationality. They look at the border as a common unit. So maybe this is a time LPAI, Minister of Home Affairs, Border Management Division, MEA can lead a discussion among the South Asian countries, and as well as the BIMSTEC and some other with ASEAN to have a coordinated border management program. And ASEAN, they have a very strong programs, by the way, already in place. Let's come to the last part, and one of my recommendation is when it comes to the smart border. Introducing a full body scanner, which can, in the places LPAI knows, I don't want to go on adding those places. So this will actually give enormous support and ease of business for the local people, as well as the faster handling of goods and services. And Dr. Manoj Singh, sir, when he talked about supply chain resilience, these are the things which makes lots of support in moving and goods as well as passengers. Here also I think there is a scope for new project for LPAI and giving a training and capacity building. There are, if you talk about livelihood, the local people, they look LPAI very much for their jobs and prosperity. So training capacity building is another aspect I think LPAI should look at more. The last one, which is MOCI and MEA and Ministry of Finance, Civic, they're very much in it, which is called the contactless and paperless trade. As you know, sir, India has been champion among the 10 South Asian countries in introducing paperless trade. So somehow all the border posts that you are handling, if they can connect it through in the digital mode, and also with other interfaces like in the seaports. Last but not the least, which I would like to see, in case of people-to-people connectivity, 20 years, 25 years from now, the border will be more dismantled. I'm hopeful in a sense that the world will be more united. There would be different sort of foreign policy that will be required, more for this, resolving the local issues. South Asia is continued to be the one which is presently today, because it will be more kind of an love and hate continue. So in short, sir, by 2047, when you have a united world and if we have a fragmented South Asia, so here comes Minister of Home Affairs, MEA, and the land ports to do more active policy planning to support our integration in South Asia and beyond. With that, I stop. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for being the thinking partners with LPAI for first 10 years, entire childhood you have seen. I hope that RIS continues for the adolescent phase of LPAI also, the first 10 years. So now we have got the expert. We have heard from national level perspective. We have got expert Satish Reddy Saab. He is a trade facilitation expert from Asian Development Bank, that he can take the macro view of the Asian and the South Asian trade perspective and see how can we make a seamless transition for this cross-border trade. Mr. Reddy.
Thank you, Chair, and respected Chair, panelists, and the distinguished audience here. So, I just take a step back, and prior to the formation of LPAI, there used to be an Empowered Steering Committee, ESC, which used to oversee the development of Atari and Raxol back then. It held some 30-odd meetings, and I was part of most of those meetings. That time I was with the government. So I almost have a feeling of an avuncular delight to see LPAI as a 10-year-old strapping organization. A lot has been done, but much more has to be done. Now, when we talk of unlocking potential to on overland trade, if India were to be a business entity, then I would say that all our neighbors are our VIP customers. We enjoy a significant trade surplus with each of them, and they are kind of a ready audience for all the products and services that we can produce. So we shouldn't look at this as their compulsion, or we can't take this as for granted. It's very important to make sure that the best of the initiatives, be it hard or soft, are implemented at land borders, which has not always been the case. For example, I have seen supply chain studies where India has the capacity to make a product, but our neighbors are importing it from third countries, including far-off countries, when it's available in their neighborhood. So is it a supply chain visibility issue, or is it a trade facilitation issue? Because tariffs, at least from India, we have mostly brought them to zero under SAFTA. So few points, many excellent points have already been made, and few points that come to my mind are that while we have made a lot of, taken many strides on trade facilitation, the benefits are often they reach the land borders at the last time. If, for example, I was in customs, so when an initiative is conceived, it is first implemented in Navasheva, Chennai, and it limps to the land borders after 2-3 years, be it automation, single window, there are many I can think of. Now, given the strategic role our land borders play, not only in trade, but even in regional integration, neighborly relations, I think it's time that the best, whatever that we do, should reach the land borders immediately and not in the second or third phases. Secondly, many of these initiatives also need a degree of customization at land borders. They don't work the same way as they work at a port or an airport. Again, I'll not go into technicalities. We can have that discussion later. But this is something that we should keep in mind, that when we design a legal reform or a procedural reform or even an automation reform. Now, coming to coordinated development, Professor Day and other panelists have made excellent point. Unlike, again, ports and airports, land custom stations work as pairs. The land custom stations located opposite each other work as pairs. We had these wonderful examples that before LPAI developed Atari or Petropol, the facilities on the opposite side were better, say Wagah or Benapole, and there used to be congestion. Then we developed ICPs, we became better, they became inferior, and the congestion just shifted sides, but the congestion remained. So coordinated development of border infrastructure is of utmost importance at land borders. You can't develop one side and say we have a great facility. It will just shift the point of congestion from one place to another place. Infrastructure, trade infrastructure at land borders have to be developed in a fully coordinated manner. And I think the Asian Development Bank is also doing its bit. For example, there are some land custom stations in Bangladesh that are being funded for development, and we are trying to use whatever institutional mechanisms that ADB is involved, like SASEC, to try to coordinate with India and other sides, so that facilities come up on both sides. In fact, there are in other parts of the world have even gone far ahead to even have one-stop border shops, where countries share facility or even partial sharing of facilities. You know, often you have land custom stations 2-3 kilometers opposite each other. In both places, we acquire land, spend money, build elaborate infrastructure, and do similar processes, you know, one in the morning and one in the evening on the other side. Can't we recognize, can there be some mutual recognition of controls done by one side? Can there be sharing of facilities, or even going forward, can there be a one-stop border post, as has been done in Central Asia, Africa, etc.? So coming to specifically to LPAI, we have over 100 plus land custom stations notified under Custom Act, and we have developed some important ones as ICPs. Of course, it's the 80-20 principle, but there is need to develop all locations, because it's not just facilitation, it also involves cargo security, revenue security, etc. Often at places with poor infrastructure, trucks are cursorily examined on the roadside and let go, which is not good. So the kind of roadmap needs to be built for development of these land custom stations. And let me say that every place doesn't need this elaborate infrastructure that we have in Petropol or Raxol. Some have seasonal trade or sporadic trade, some have trade only in few commodities. So the infrastructure could also be customized to suit that trade profile. Secondly, I think Indian customs has moved gradually to off-border clearances. Not do all the processes at the border, but do them in interland ICDs, etc. So then again, we don't need a very elaborate infrastructure at the border, but perhaps LPAI could think of whether it could set up such hinterland locations, particularly in Northeast, etc., where such locations are lacking. And there's been a mention of BBIN. It's been long in the making, but just a quick update that last week the countries met, and at least I found a new resolve in the countries to move ahead. So hopefully it will become a reality. And as and when that comes up, our land infrastructure should also accommodate dedicated lanes, because if BBN MBA is a reality, vehicles don't stop at the borders and undergo all checks. They pass through. So they shouldn't get into the normal queue of trucks waiting at the border for customs clearance. So we need to think of dedicated lanes for vehicles moving under BBA and MBA. So these are the few thoughts I have. Technology is, of course, very important. We have more and more automation coming up. For example, ADB has supported use of GPS-based custom seals for facilitating the transit cargo of Nepal, and that has really shown very tangible effects. And this can be used in the Chittagong agreement that has been signed. In fact, this is specifically mentioned in the SOP under the agreement. So we are trying to assist Bangladesh in getting ready to implement that part of it. So I think since points about increasing the share of cargo by rail and waterways have been made, I will not go there again, but that's very important to take the load of road, because those are also more efficient modes of transport. So I'll stop here, Chair. If there are any further discussions I can contribute. Thank you for this opportunity.
So that is one important takeaway for the Vision 2047, that we can move towards that one-stop border shop. Why should there be duplication of pairing or expenditure of say 300, 400 crore from this side, and that was the idea which we were discussing with the World Bank team also and ADB. Why should there be two facilities? There should be only one facility of common use. And as Mr. Reddy said that they are our VIP customers, we have got trade surplus. So like the VIP customer trade surplus, we can provide that infrastructure from India side and persuade our neighboring countries to recognize the system procedure. Our diplomatic persuasion can go to this extent that their customs officers are invited to be sitting in our, that could be our vision by 2047, a one-stop border shop, or a best one, a borderless border shop. That means an off-site virtual arrangement of clearing and going everything like European Union. You cross 10 countries international border in one day from A to east to west, and you don't recognize unless you see the road signs that now they are converted from French to German. Only then you recognize that you have crossed international border. So that could be ultimate vision of LPAI by 2047. That LPAI in the physical form should wither away and it should form a virtual borderless border. That will be the ultimate vision for LPAI, taking a cue from Mr. Reddy's expert opinion, and the particular that SOP for transit cargo can also be doable. So what could be the agreement? So now we have got all panelists who are here available over. Now we have got one panelist who could not come in here, High Commissioner of India to Bangladesh, Vikram Doraiswamy. So we have got his video message. So we can play Mr. Doraiswamy's video message. Who is running the video? Please.
Transport Authority of India on their 10th Foundation Day today. I am delighted to be able to join on behalf of my colleagues at the High Commission of India in Dhaka, the LPAI family, as well as the distinguished galaxy of ministers led by the Honorable Home Minister of India, Shri Amit Shah ji, the Honorable State Minister of Home, Shri Nityanand Rai ji, the Honorable State Minister of Home, Shri Nishit Pramanik ji, Union Home Secretary, Shri Ajay Bhalla, Secretary Border Management, and of course my good friend, Chairman of the Land Port Authority of India, Shri Aditya Mishra. Friends, the Land Port Authority has been an integral partner in the establishment of our diplomatic and commercial relations with all of our neighbors, none more so than with Bangladesh. The Land Port Authority of India's facilities, currently two on the India-Bangladesh border at Petropol and at Agarthala, service the vast majority of our trade with Bangladesh as well as the movement of people. So the Land Port Authority of India is directly involved in the promotion of our commercial relationship, the promotion of our exports, the management of our imports, the management of our security, as well as the management of strong people-to-people ties for legal visitors to our country. Bangladesh is our top 5 trading partner, top 5 export destination, as well as the topmost destination for sourcing arrivals as tourists to India. Therefore, the Land Port Authority of India, which services the largest number of people moving by road into India, is critical in the management of this relationship. I'd like to congratulate the Land Port Authority of India for the speed with which, under the dynamic leadership of Aditya Mishra, it has expanded facilities at Petropol with the inauguration of the temporary passenger terminal, and it is taking forward the construction of a brand new giant passenger terminal at Metropole, which will, when completed, be a major artery for the movement of people. I'm also delighted that the LPAI has managed with great effort to ensure digitalization of our land ports and also to manage the movement of goods and services through the borders despite the challenges of the COVID pandemic. These are no mean achievements, and these are achievements that have also been of great satisfaction to the governments on both sides. The Land Port Authority is also at a unique opportunity of not only expanding the number of facilities that will connect India with its land neighbors, none more so than Bangladesh, through the building of new Land Port Authority facilities, but it is also at an opportunity in which it can utilize the spaces that it has to showcase critical aspects of our relationship with our neighbors. For instance, the LPAI facilities that are to come up at Metropole would showcase in video and still photograph form critical episodes of the liberation of Bangladesh and the Indian role in supporting that effort. Similarly, our land ports could also become an excellent experience for first-time visitors entering India, including through seamless connectivity to the nearest major air or rail head using Land Port Authority facilities. This would eventually contribute to the realization of the 3 T's of tourism, trade and technology inflows into India, as our Prime Minister has repeatedly desired. The Land Port Authority's work in this regard will be of critical utility not merely to the Foreign Office and to our diplomatic endeavors, but also to our security agencies, to our revenue collection agencies, and to the larger trading and traveling communities. I wish the Land Port Authority of India every success in continuing the services to the nation and in developing more and better facilities for Indians and foreign friends to visit each other henceforth. We look forward to partnering you and making these efforts completely successful so that we have the most modern, most passenger friendly and most trade friendly infrastructure in place through which our GDP growth and our regional peace and security and stability can all be supported. Thank you very much. Jai Hind and Dhanyavad.
So you can convey our virtual thanks to Dorai Swami Sahab because he is an active, he is truly our frontline man on that side to sort out all our issues pending on that side. So that was one round of technical wisdom from the panelist side, but House has got inside much more wisdom than what the panelists have got here. So now I am opening this session to the House for any brainstorming, any idea which you think, outline this idea that what should LPI do in 2047. Anything, like I said, that LPI can wither away by 2047 by making everything virtually. You don't need a physical. So that will be the ultimate goal of withering away of the LPI by 2047 could be one idea. So I would invite now audience, the topic remains unlocking potential of cross-border trade through land port. We have got mics on that side? Yes, because I am seeing mic. Do you have a mobile hand mic there?
Mics are already there.
There, right. Yes, you have got fixed, right. Please.
May I?
Yes, please.
So my name is Colonel P.K. Mishra. I served as director here at the land port earlier. Now I'm back in the army. So like in your opening remarks, you said that this South Asian region is the most least integrated regions. And post-independence, we only created the borders and we created the barriers. So now, step by step, we'll have to go and dismantle them, sir. So from what I understand, that how can we give a fill-up to increase the trade potential of the land borders? I would say there are 4 verticals. One is legislation, where we talked about, Professor Day also talked about it, the protocols which are there, the free trade agreements which are existing, then the testing protocols which we have, then the motor vehicle agreement, the BBIN. These are the legislative issues which have to be looked into by the particular agencies. The second important thing is the infrastructure. Infrastructure, when I talk about infrastructure, I'm talking about the land port infrastructure, the road infrastructure, the rail infrastructure, and the inland waterway infrastructure. This is all part of the transport infrastructure. And then from the other side, we have to look at the border area infrastructures. There it is again the border roads, the connecting roads, then the rails, then the waterways, and then the telecom internet connectivity which is available there. Because this is what we see when we go there and see that this is a problem at each and every area. The border areas, they are not looked after by because of less population, less industry and all that. Similarly, the testing labs. The testing labs are in the state capitals. They are very far away from that place. So again, that makes a lot of delays occurs because of that. Similarly, banks. The banks are very few. They don't have the branches at that location, and currency exchange is not available at those locations. So these are the practical aspects which are part of the infrastructure. Third is the currency transportability between the countries. So that is a very important aspect which has to be looked into by these are the aspects which are beyond the mandate of the LPAI. Then the fourth is the customs union. This, as we have seen from the experience of European Union or ASEAN, that plays a very important role. Most of the delays which are occurring is because of the non-commonality of the procedures and protocols between the customs aspects of the two countries. So if these are dismantled step by step in a methodical manner, then the trade has to improve. Now, what does a trader want? If I am a trader in any country, in say Bangladesh or India, and I want to trade across the border, I will go wherever the value chain takes place. So for value chain, there are only two things. One is the market should be there, and second is the cost of transportation and the cost of overheads. If these two things are looked after, then and there are no delays, then the trade will come by itself. So what are the things what we can do? First and foremost, as a trader, what I would like to see is transparency. Transparency in regulation. Like we are talking here, we are the people who know about the regulations. But as a trader, 90% things I don't know. What is going to happen? What is going to change? So the more we get IT enabled and things are available on the web, so that much transparency will be there. So information availability, how much information we are dispensing to the general environment, that is important. And the most important thing is the coordination which was talked about by various panelists today. Like we don't work in mission mode. We work in our individual road transport works separately. Railways has its own 20-year blueprint plan, how they will expand, but it is not integrated with roadways, neither it is integrated with waterways, nor it is integrated with, nor they are asking land port that where we should increase and how we can increase, what are the important places where the land ports are coming up. So these are the, and similarly this will also goes into multimodal transport, multimodal land connectivity at the borders also is a small aspect, but it can form a part of the blueprint, total logistics blueprint for the country. So if we look at all these aspects and we go for, if we really want to increase the trade with our border nations, then we have to look at the economic chain, the value chain for each product. If we go into product wise, what is the value chain and how in a mission mode, how we can have from particular land ports that product moving, then we'll have incremental increase across our land borders. So that was it, sir. I thought if the panelists can look into these aspects.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra, for being part of this journey in last 10 years. Now he's still getting attached with the idea of cross-border trade, etc. This is so nice. This could be an idea for current chairman also. You bring all previous stakeholders who were there in your authority in last 10 years and who have done even the midwifery, like Mr. Reddy said, who have done the midwifery task also of getting this birth. You get them engaged at your place for 1 week, 10 days after 1 day brainstorming, just to generate ideas what Honorable Home Minister have said, that we must think big in 2047. Ultimate goal should be that people to people. So any other who wants to contribute from audience, because I have got time till 1:30 and I got a message, lunch will not be ready before 1:30. So now we have to fill in this time. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
मिश्रा जी आप अपना माइक ऑफ कर सकते हैं क्या? हाँ ठीक है.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Sanjeev Gupta, right now DDG in Department of Telecom, but designated as a member planning in LPI. I will be joining in the first week of April, sir. Sir, I had a very good memory of LPI, sir. The Northeast was having the telecom facility. the cable was all through was going from Kolkata to Guwahati, Guwahati to then Silchar and then to Meghalaya and then Agartala. So that because of the road widening activities, that cable was getting cut each and every day, sir. Sir, with the help of LPAI at that time, we could lay the cable from Agartala Indian side to the Akhora in Bangladesh. And with the help of a PSU, BSNL in India and a equivalent PSU in BTCL in Bangladesh, we could hire the internet bandwidth from the Chitgaon and then Cox's Bazar to this place. So, and putting up a international, internet exchange in Agartala, we could improve the facilities of internet in that area, sir. So that's every day we are getting complaints from the security agencies that the mobiles of the other country are working in this area, but our own mobiles are not working, sir. Sir, as per the license conditions, these telecom operators, they are not tempted to put their infrastructure there because of the, less commercial activities are there. So I think, sir, we can pursue from the government of India these TSPs through some subsidies or VGF so that they increase their mobile facilities or telecom internet facilities in these border areas so that at least it will increase this the trade and all those things, sir. That's a suggestion from my side, sir.
So government had right in its wisdom planned to bring you into LPI. This will be your baby, your ideas. You will see that this gets included. You have got that fund in your ministry which is for the remote inaccessible area. You call that USOF fund or something like this. So we can explore that USOF fund once he joins Mr. Gupta there, that how can we pitch into a telecom ministry for this aspect. So USOF fund, because right now I am pitching that idea of the connectivity in the borderland in Vibrant Village program and BADP program. Same way LPI should also take lead in providing that USOF fund for increasing the telecom connectivity. Anybody else who wants to fill in the gap till 1:30?
Yes.
Yes, please, last one.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Sohail Kazani, and I'm the operator for the Kaladan project. So I had a very single line blunt question that the grant for Land Port Authority this year has been just 265 crores compared to 600 crores last year. And here we are talking of a lot of development that needs to be done in terms of infrastructure, IT, as well as making more ICPs. So I just wanted to know what's the plan in terms of development in this current financial year.
So fund is not the constraint. That is the first point which I want to say. Because for government, the border area development and border management and LPI is of highest quality and highest impetus. Funds, budget is not the constraint. Constraints are multifold, which we know that on the grassroots level at the zero line between 150 yards, there are objections from the other side and then land acquisition process. So because of those reasons, we could not spend the entire budget. That's what it was reorganized and introduced for the next year. So budget is not the constraint. Constraint is those institutional issues with Bangladesh guarding forces for various of our ICPs which are under construction in Tripura. I was just discussing with Secretary. From Tripura, our ICP which is there in Agartala is getting opposed from that side because of it is falling in 150 yards. Similarly, there is a land acquisition issue in 7 places in West Bengal. So those are the practical grassroots level issue on the ground. Funds are not the constraint because as Mr. Reddy rightly pointed it out that they are our privileged customers. We are in trade surplus, and he didn't share that data, but in my talking notes, Chairman LPI has given me the data that why we are saying that the South Asian trade bloc is the least integrated, that our intra-regional trade is only 5%. That means 95% trade in these countries is coming from outside South Asia. And when we compare it with the intra-regional trade of Asian countries or African trade, we are much less. So we have got a scope. So that brings an idea that can be in our 2047 vision put in some numbers that current this 5% intra-regional trade will become say 4x, 5x and then work backward. Can with your think tank, RIS etc. in our vision for 2047 can we say that by 2047 the our LPI will pass through say 25% of intra-regional trade, and because we will be developing 67, that what your presentation said, those 67 integrated checkposts in at least next 25 years. So we should put in some numbers, projections for making this intra-regional trade, which is today 5% to 25%. So that could be one idea for our visioning exercise. Yes, sir. Mr. Singh.
Actually, sir.
One thing, the theme, the main theme of this particular session was promoting cross-border trade and, what are the real actionables. And I'm glad this whole issue of, standard set of common set of regulations and rules was brought out by all the panelists here. And here I just wanted to flag a couple of things for the consideration of the House, because all of us have skin in the game, and the fact that trade is mutually beneficial across the border, across population, across people is a no-brainer. So with that assumption, just a couple of things I wanted to highlight. Number one was when we talk about standardization of rules, it's always good, whenever you are designing a set of rules, frameworks, acts, regulations, etc. in a sector which is hitherto unregulated, ungoverned. But problem is best is always the enemy of good. Now we have passed just now, late last year, the Inland Vessels Act just to regulate the movement of traffic on the rivers so that we have a standardized set of rules and everything, and it's excellent. We've taken inputs from stakeholders across the board, across the world, so that we have the best state-of-the-art system. But the problem is that ultimately it's all about logistics, and logistics has two very integral components. One is cost and the other is time. So if any regulation is increasing the cost of compliance, it will not be popular. So we have to be very, very mindful when we draft these rules, whether it is rail, road, customs, waterways, whatever. We have to be very, very mindful and sensitive. And the second, and this is an input I got from Vikram, I was speaking to him last week about Indo-Bangladesh trade only. And this is again, this has to do more with the collective conscience, the psyche of big nation versus small nation. Let any idea for promotion of trade, it should be, nurtured if not mothered by the smaller country. It really helps. So if I want a greater integration of waterways or multimodal connectivity with Bangladesh or with Nepal or with Myanmar, let that idea emanate from their countries. So even if you are not able to get the proper institutions of those countries to enunciate the idea, I'm sure we have these multilateral bodies here, the think tanks, let it come as their child. So it will be much easier to sell the idea. And another point, I don't know why nobody really talked about this particular aspect. I thought it's Chatham House rules, right? So what is it? I mean, why should a vessel carrying something as useless as fly ash, useless as far as we are concerned, be stuck for 3 to 4 days for customs, for God's sake, why? Why should a truck wait for 20 days? Bhai, kya hai, kahin na kahin, so we have to, why don't we really sit down and understand the political economy, kaun si lobbies, and at least identify to solve the problem whenever, policy science, and when we talk about the science of public policy, it is problem identification is the first thing you have to do. What is the problem? Who are the people who are getting affected by the enforcement or implementation of a particular rule? Identify that and then address it. या तो आप golden token type कर दें, Rajasthan government used to issue golden token for overloading, so overloaded truck entering Rajasthan from Waterways to go all the way to Udaipur and Siroi, road के ऐसी की तैसी करता हुआ जाता था, 500 रुपए देके golden token, whatever, but it was system, everybody was happy. But at least if we identify the problems, okay, that these are the lobbies, this is the political economy, these are the silos, I won't say who, but there are bodies which are actually benefiting from detaining trucks by not allowing Indian Railways inside Bangladesh or not allowing Bangladesh Railway to enter India. Let's identify those lobbies, identify the interests, and identify security. So one way of getting around it, of course, to identify the problem, number one. Number two is to have more and more technology, face recognition, or some sort of an RFID tag or whatever. There are so many technologies now available which actually cut down on the transaction time at the border. So coming back to the essence of logistics, speed and time. So when we look at the cost of enforcement, cost of compliance, and delaying harassment. So designs have to be very, very smart. And linking to what all this to what Constantino had mentioned, see, we are the default geo-economic hub of the region. Like we are the default by our geography. I mean, now, thankfully, with, this Act East and everything, and, works of Sanjeev Sanyal becoming very popular, paperback books and all that. We are a trading nation. We are in fact, I don't know why Mr. Shah didn't mention, he used the word geoculture. I think we are a civilizational state. And this region is one integrated civilization. There is a civilizational connect going back millennia. So what we are doing now, what we seek to do now through LPAI and all these bodies is basically restoring what was there in the past, just giving it a more humane and a more contemporary technological touch. So that is the spirit I think we have to sell, and let that spirit, that whole idea come in some sort of an articulation from our neighbors. That would definitely help, and what it helps in, let's address the bigger elephant when it comes to security. The more efficiently, more cheaply, and more effectively we are able to integrate our neighbors, the more effective the pushback to China becomes possible. So this is what we have. So everything that we do in national interest here is basically targeted at our larger security, meeting the larger security challenge, not only across the LAC or the Indian Ocean, but all around us. We are surrounded all around by China. Even I think, thankfully my mobile is Korean, otherwise even that is also Chinese. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
So before I go to Manoj Singh Saab, just one quick business idea from Jayan's. Can we design an express clearance service like a golden pass? That if
golden token.
If you do normal waiting, first come first serve model, 7 days.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I am Deepak Gupta. I am from Customs Service, Indian Revenue Service, 95 batch. But I am on deputation to LPAI. Mr. Jayan is talking about some delay in customs clearance. I don't know. I don't know about the specific case.
No, this is not Indian, it's Bangladesh. It's pervasive.
Okay, no problem. Sir, you are talking about the express customs clearance. So customs has already started working on that lines, and we have introduced a lot of new concepts like authorized economic operators and faceless assessment and risk management system. So Indian customs is already working in that direction, and most of the assessments are now being done electronically and faceless assessment. So yeah, we were working in that direction. So and it could be done. It could be done.
You can generate an idea about express clearance.
One of the ideas of the next session is to talk towards a smart port system, sir.
Okay, so I will not prepone idea from this. We will do that after lunch.
And in that, sir, we will be discussing this, because what you're saying is a part of our LPMS also, sir, creating priorities and also the fees involved with that. If suppose somebody wants to prioritize, then maybe we can charge him a little bit more and speed up his exit. So that is one, sir. The second is what Deepak was saying, that a lot of background information can come. So who's exporting, what has been his credentials, whether his credentials are verified or not, whether we have already upgraded him to a certain level where he doesn't need so many checks. So all that can be integrated backwards so that things become faster at that point, sir.
So while we are doing that express service model there, it simply will not be only a revenue aspect also, that when one truck is waiting for 3 days, if we can get in 3 hours by your golden pass, etc. It can also be channelized for the humanitarian aspect, because I am aware that before this I was in health ministry, so I am aware the medical tourism which is happening between Bangladesh and India. I went to, you were giving examples of Northeast, 2 places. The medical tourism who were coming there. I visited Narayana Hridayalaya in Bangalore, and in their cardiac cath lab and their open heart surgery waiting area, there were patients from Dhaka. So patients from Dhaka going to Narayana Hridayalaya in Bangalore, all the way for medical tourism. So those humanitarian ground can also be an express clearance service. It need not be only commercial, it can be humanitarian, the senior citizen, the women, etc., etc. So we must think of making it a much more seamless experience. For everybody it should be seamless, but if we need to prioritize, then we should take the humanitarian aspect. And one aspect which I am trying to understand, we may not be capturing data of the medical tourism and other services which are flowing through our LPI. We may not be capturing
So
that.
recently we started working on it, sir, to create a portal for passenger services.
Yes.
We are piloting it on Petropol, then we will take it to Agartala also, sir. So we got data from the embassy. So 15% earlier the medical visas used to be very specific. Now, of course, many tourists are also coming and they are on tourism visa and getting the medical. So 15% of the visas are issued for medical purposes, sir. So they are medical visas and 2% for educational purposes.
Now, since we have got come to our time.
Sir, if you allow me, can I have...
please.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, I represent Bamalori. We are into container freight station. We operate container freight station. We are into warehousing, cold chain, freight forwarding, and various manufacturing business. Well, in fact, for
before
Vision,
Air India was privatized, everybody knows Bamalori.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Sir, actually, for Vision 2027, in fact, we are associated with LPI for very long. More than 6 years now. We have been operating Raxol, ICP, and with Jogbani also. See, sir, the fact is that 2-3 things are very important because I have worked as an operational role directly into these ICPs. One is the connecting road to the ICPs. That has really been a concern. So actually, if we focus this and make 4 lanes road to connecting to the ICPs, that will give a good infrastructural boost to the entire system. Because see, what we have seen, the truck drivers and all, they always complain of bad roads and all those things. Reaching the facility itself is a challenge sometimes. So this is one thing which we should focus. One. Number 2, even the bridges connecting to these ICPs are also in a very bad shape. So we need to also look into those things. Facility of warehousing, dry as well as cold chain. This should also come up in a big way. And of course, what we discussed earlier during the day, rail connectivity is also very, very important to connect all the ICPs. If this connects, road and rail connects, of course, by sea, wherever it is possible, so it will automatically have a multimodal facility. And one last but not the least is the cashless facility. We should try to put it in the ICP for collection of facilitation charges. So entire cashless system, because today we have Paytms and all, so that can also work through. So that was my humble submission, sir. Thank you, sir.
Manoj Singh, sir.
Thank you, sir. This rail connectivity, I wanted to make those points, sir, in the beginning, but I'm just using the concluding moments of this session to make that. First of all, I would really like to give credit to Aditya Mishra for bringing to the Ministry of Railways attention the importance of connecting land ports on the railway network. Actually, this idea didn't come to us. It was in fruition, but it was not so much important. At least we didn't see it as important as you brought it out. And he had 2-3 meetings with us, with my counterparts in the planning division and so on. And now we are very happy that this will become a reality in at least the 3 or 4 where some plans have already started. For example, Petropol, which is very important, the biggest point in Indo-Bangladesh border. So, and imagine if a person has landed in Petropol and if we are able to take him to Calcutta by our suburban train, he can reach Calcutta in say 1 hour, which now takes him 3 to 4 hours because of the huge jam that you have in Bongaon and all that. And also if you can evacuate the cargo from there. So this will be possible. Of course, it is in the very, very inception stage. It's on the design board, and my colleague from Railway Board, senior colleague, in fact, Rastogi Saab, is very glad to meet up with him today. He is partnering this consultant. So this will come at Raxol, at Jogbani, at Petropol, and at I think Sabroom and even. And of course, the very important point that you mentioned about this Agarthala connectivity. I mean, it's a very big idea. Just imagine that when you have to go from Calcutta to Tripura, okay, Agartala, you have to go via the chicken egg all over the place, see the map, imagine the map in your minds, 1600 kilometers. You start like this, you go like this and you come back like this. 1600 kilometers it takes for a train or anybody has to go by this route. If you go through Bangladesh, you know what is the distance? It is around 600 kilometers, less than 600 kilometers. You will be able to save something like 1000 kilometers if we are able to move into Tripura from Calcutta via Bangladesh. And this is a big idea. The idea, the time of which has come, that we should be using what is called as transit facility, the idea of transit, the transit that we give, for example, to Nepal. Nepal is a landlocked country, it does not have access to ports. All its third country cargo comes from at Indian ports, right? So Calcutta, Haldia, third port is Vizag. So all the cargo that goes to Nepal goes through us. It's called transit. Similar transit arrangement is now the time has come. We should be taking it very, very strongly with Bangladesh, that we should be given this transit. And for that, it is physically possible to take the train. Today, suppose you board a train at Calcutta. In fact, sir, because you were mentioning about these patients and other the humanitarian angle, sir, you'll be very happy to know that we are on the verge of restarting the services between India and Bangladesh. Maitri Express and Bandhan Express, which runs from Sialda, that is Calcutta, to Dhaka. This was stopped for 2 years because of COVID. So once we have the NOC from your side, sir, we are starting on the 26th of March, which is the 50th day, Independence Day celebration of Bangladesh. We would like to coincide with that. So this will be a big thing because the people can use the land route for this. And a third train, which is a new train, it has been conceptualized from New Jalpaiguri, that is North Bengal, to Dhaka. So that also will start from the new connectivity through Haldiwari Chilahati. That's a new link which just got opened on the 1st of August 2021. So I think this is the thing. So we should be working in that. For this Agartala Khora to happen, today a train can go right up to Dhaka, but that's a broad gauge. Broad gauge ends at Dhaka, a place called Tongi. After Tongi, there's up to Akhora, and then into Agartala, there's a 97 kilometer of meter gauge is there. Sir, this will have to be converted into broad gauge, and we have requested Ambassador Dorai Swami to take it up with Bangladesh, that whether under our LOC grant or any other grant, this project can be done. So then we'll have a seamless broad gauge connectivity from the Indian Railway network into Tripura through this. And that, once we have, sir, it will be a transformative thing, because you can imagine what impact it can have on the time saving, the economy, the money that will be saved if we can get transit through Bangladesh, sir.
Thank you. Wonderful idea. So we will go to that World Bank team which we met us last week. They are funding on Bangladesh side. We must chip in this idea to them that while you are designing the transportation on Bangladesh side, there is a key element, because they were asking us how can India be partner. So our only request to them was that you convert this meter gauge into broad gauge, so we can start an end-to-end train from Calcutta to Agartala and from North Jalpaiguri to Calcutta. And then there need not be any stoppage on the way. It can be like our Rajdhani train, end-to-end. So that could be ultimate vision. So our vision of 2047 need not be only the cross-border, it can be the trans-border also. So we must cover. So I will thank all panelists and the House also for active participation in making this particular session a truly borderless session in all terms of. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And before we close the proceedings of this session, I would request our distinguished chair, Dr. Dharmendra Singh Gangwarji, to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos as a token of appreciation to all our eminent panelists of this session. We begin with presenting to Mr. Jayan Singh, Vice Chairman, Inland Waterways Authority of India.
Very nice. So very beautifully designed and a fine work. Thank you.
We present to Mr. Manoj Singh, Executive Director, Traffic Transportation Freight, Ministry of Railways. We present to Mr. Constantino Xavier, Fellow, Center for Social and Economic Progress. We present to Mr. Kiran Gitte, Secretary, Directorate of Urban Development Department, Government of Tripura. We present to Mr. Prabir De, Professor, Research and Information System for Developing Countries. And we present to Mr. Satish Reddy, Trade Facilitation Expert, Asian Development Bank. And I would now request Mr. Aditya Mishra, Chairman, Land Ports Authority of India, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to our Chair, Dr. Dharmendra Singh Ganga. Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, with that we close the proceedings of technical section 1, the panel discussion, and we now break for lunch. Lunch is served on the first floor at the foyer. And please join us back in time for the next session, which will commence from 2:30, requesting everybody to be seated 5 to 10 minutes before that. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to take their seats so that we can begin with the proceedings of our next session, which is also the concluding session of the day in time. Session शुरू होने पे ही देनी पड़ेगी ना. I can't in between come and do it. When the chair is there and start तभी करना पड़ेगा. So ladies and gentlemen, we have eminent panels on the dais with us. Mr. Sohail Kazni, he is the Managing Director, Bharat Freight Group. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Also inviting other eminent panelists, Mr. Sunil Kumar Banwal, Joint Secretary, Border Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. A warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Mr. Nilaya Mitash, Principal Operations Coordination Specialist, Regional Cooperation, Asian Development Bank, ADB, India Resident Mission. A warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Mr. Afaq Hussain, Director, Bureau of Research on Industry and Economic Fundamentals, Brief, to kindly join us. Warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary, National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation, NICDC. And also inviting Mr. Rajiv Puri, Executive Director, IT and CEO, Indian Ports Association. Warm welcome. And ladies and gentlemen, I have the proud privilege in inviting on stage our distinguished and eminent chairperson, Mr. Sanjay Chadda, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Let's put our hands together to welcome. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome to Technical Session 2. And the topic of this session is Vision 2047, Land Ports Authority of India, Smart Ports, Making Borders Invisible. And ladies and gentlemen, the time duration is about 1 hour 15 minutes, which include the chairs and closing and opening remarks and deliberations by our panelists. We will have question and answers in the end after all the deliberations are over. And before I hand over to the chair, a few words of introduction. Mr. Sunil Kumar Banwal, JS Border Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, is a 1997 batch IAS officer of Jharkhand cadre. He has worked on various projects, initiatives for the government, such as promotion of industries, mines and mineral management in Jharkhand mineral concession, for prospecting and extraction, promotion of IT in government and implementation of e-gov projects. Mr. Nilay Mitash is Principal Operations Coordination Specialist, Asian Development Bank, Indian Resident Mission, is a 1991 batch IAS officer of Karnataka cadre, and he was working as Resident Commissioner of Karnataka in the national capital. Mr. Afaq Hussain is Director Brief, has wide experience in the areas of international trade and development policy. He has conducted extensive research on aspects of regional integration, particularly trade and cooperation in South Asia, and some of the recent work has been on trade, non-tariff barriers, trade facilitation, reforms and informal trade in South Asia with a special focus on India-Pakistan. Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary is National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation, has over 17 years of experience in working with the state and the central government across levels on policy formulations, framing implementation strategies, project marketing, and driving project implementation. He has been associated with prestigious National Industrial Corridor project since its inception, and he has been leading the corporate affairs, strategy, legal, and secretarial functions and heading HR and marketing activities. He is the nodal person for the coordination with all participating states and ministries of the Government of India. Mr. Sohail Kazni is MD Bharat Freight Group, has been part of the main team at Bharat Freight Group of companies for activation of International North-South Transport Corridor in 2014. His personal achievements entail special awards like Rashtriya Ratan Award 2003, and he's on the Governing Council of Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, advisor on National Federation of Freight Forwarders and Multimodal Transport Operators, AMTOI. And Mr. Rajiv Puri is Executive Director, IT and CEO, Indian Ports Association. With those words of introduction, I hand over to the distinguished chairperson to carry forward the proceedings of this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Welcome all. Good afternoon. Hope you all had a hearty lunch and are eager to hear our distinguished panelists speak on a very evocative topic, Vision 2040, Smart Ports and Making Borders Invisible. So very futuristic looking topic, but very relevant as we celebrate the 10th Founders Day. I think it's time to look forward and plan for the next 25 years. You know, there's a rhetorical question asked, do borders divide or do borders connect? Or do they perhaps do both? So when we say making borders invisible, it's of course in a sense that borders today are supposed to be hard borders, where borders are viewed often as obstacles, as pain points, as points of delay, to the flow of goods and people and vehicles, etc. I would say that when we talk of making borders invisible, it is in a sense as to how we remove these pain points so that we almost move to a seamless region or a borderless region. So I think we have a very distinguished panel here. I would prefer to listen to their views, and then we can have a good round of discussion as well. We'll follow the same format that we followed in the earlier session. Each of the panelists can speak for 6 to 8 minutes, and hopefully there'll be time for some Q&A and feedback from the audience later. So may I first request Mr. Sunil Kumar Burnwal, Joint Secretary, BM2 MHA, the key post, because PM division oversees the functioning of the LPAI and would be involved in setting the vision, etc. So I would first hand over the mic to Mr. Burnwal.
Thank you to the chair, and thanks to all the panelists and the LPI for participating in a very important and very visionary kind of topic of smart ports making borders invisible. And I think the tone was set in the inaugural speech of Honorable Home Minister when he said that we must make our vision plan for next 25 years. And this is what our Honorable Prime Minister has also asked all the ministries and organizations to think of for the next 25 years. And we all know the way the society is changing, the way technology is changing, and the environment in which we are growing. I think it's changing so frequently that we are not able to speak about what will be the situation next 5 years or 10 years. And here is the agenda for making vision for next 25 years. So it all requires a very different kind of imagination, to think of what would be the actual requirement, actual situation in 2047. And I think it will be still a very big guess, but it can be based on our past experiences. Our experiences of different kind of changes which world has witnessed across the globe. Also, the changes which is happening with the technology, the assumptions which is being made in different sectors. And in that sense, we need to imagine what will happen in 2047. Either there will not be any borders, or the borders may become even more rigid. And in both cases, I think the requirement of land ports may be still relevant, and we need to plan or think of a situation where, though there exists a border, but for movement of people, movement of goods in a legal way should not be restrictive. If the borders have become rigid, there are several implications. And we see that a lot of across the border flow of items has disturbed a lot of international security issues also. But despite that, restricting borders for movement of people or the goods had not been a good experience or a decision. So in that sense, whether it becomes a rigid border or maybe more flexible, more conducive, still we will require ports. And now having ports, we need, as was said, we need a smart port in the sense that it needs to be very convenient, easy. People should not feel that they are crossing borders. Means you cross a city within the country, you don't feel. And I think within the countries also it is happening. Across the countries, like European Union is one example. You cross the country border, you don't feel that you have crossed the border. So maybe it can happen in case of land ports in our scenario also. So we'll have to think of start using some of those things which eases the flow of goods and movement of people. In the ministry, we have been working on this situation. For us, the good thing is that we have the examples of airports and the seaports. And therefore, we are not innovating in that sense. But our challenges are much different from the seaport and the airport. And more so, since it is a neighborhood issue, we will always have those challenges. So in that sense, though the trade and other things are related, the challenges of security is much, much higher in our case, and therefore our planning is also different. The whole region of Land Port Authority being under Ministry of Home Affairs clearly signals that the security is a very important concern. Still, we are coming out with a system which we are calling Land Port Management System. Is similar to a port community system which is there in the seaports and airports. And that will take care of all the stakeholders which is there with the land ports. And here the security agencies will also be an important stakeholder. And the whole purpose is the flow of trade and movement of people are not restricted. And it should not be also at the cost of security. So in that sense, land port management system probably will address a lot of issues. As has been proposed, I think most of the manual processes will completely get digitized. Many of the things which people come at the land port and then get it done can be done before they reach the land port. The movement of vehicles can be planned much before, and therefore we can save a lot of inventory and the parking costs. And then in future, probably we can also think of making land ports a big commercial hub, if we start satisfying the needs of people for which people cross the border. If people from Bangladesh are coming to India for their medical needs, and then after entering the Indian borders, they go another 500 kilometers to get that treatment, there is a strong sense that some of the medical facilities come to the port itself. And similarly, for many other services, if the people are traveling across the border, those things can be thought of, and I am sure that business sense will prevail over that. The only thing required is we need to facilitate that, and in that sense, Land Port Authority has a lot of futuristic thinking. The way they are planning, the way the infrastructure has been sanctioned, is looking at the airport and the seaports that we are creating at least a replica or a smaller version of the ports with a lot of space left for future development. So in that sense, this is a good move, and I think if we are envisioning for 2047, we need to start thinking on those lines. Second and very important thing is, if we develop that infrastructure and also have technology in place, system of data aggregation is in place. If we are getting data of all the land ports, right now 9, which is likely to go to 23, and in future it will be about 100 land ports. If we get all data aggregated on real-time basis, a lot of analysis can be done, a lot of data analytics, and the future artificial intelligence can be built on it. And this will also give a lot of clue to us to work in that direction. Right now, we are seeing some borders are easy to work on, so there is a mutual need of countries or people on both sides of the border. But there are borders where there is not much of the activities. But we can't be sitting idle, because in future that may happen. And because the needs of people are there, the regions are there, and people's demand is also there. Because for the same services, if they have to travel long distance within the country, and for much less distance across the border, and it becomes easy for people to travel. People will like to travel and get that services. So that sense, for our country, it makes a lot of sense. But there are many challenges. We all know our Indian borders, almost all are created borders. It's all artificially created, and it's so people living across the borders more or less think alike. They have a similar culture. But then there is a strong border. So it may go in either way, that if it becomes very convenient, there is a lot of advantage. And our Honorable Minister was also mentioning that the power of people-to-people connect is much higher than any other thing. And therefore, if there is a demand on both sides, things are going to be much better. We need to think of smart border ports and borders in that sense. And I think LPAI is moving in that directions. Maybe a lot of more suggestions can come in this session, which the ministry can also take it up. So thank you for giving that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banwal. I think a lot of pointers in his remarks, which can help in vision setting. The need to take into account the changing landscape, trade landscape, the best practices available elsewhere globally, the importance of security. So when we say the borders will become invisible, there is always going to be the lingering issue of security. So I think what we should recognize is that facilitation and security are not necessarily contradictory. One need not be sacrificed for the sake of other. The idea should be to find a right balance. I think in the earlier session we used
Deepak also mentioned about risk management, etc. So you balance both the needs so that you do take care of the security and yet you facilitate all the legitimate people and legitimate trade that takes place. And another very important point that he has emphasized is on use of technology, be it through the port community systems. And I think from what I heard, in the years to come, I think LPAI will be a very rich repository of data, not just trade data, because that's already being captured, but various movements, the profile of the trade, the clearance times, the dwell times. I think it will be a very rich data repository, and which will lend itself for mining and gaining insights. So thank you, Mr. Banwal. Our next panelist is Mr. Nilay Mitash, Principal Operations Coordination Specialist, Regional Cooperation, Asian Development Bank, India Resident Mission. He's also a very senior official of the Government of India, currently on deputation with the Asian Development Bank. I think as an institution, ADB and other multilateral development organizations are doing a lot of work in the region, both at the national level and cross-border level. And the work spans transport infrastructure, it spans reforms like trade facilitation or transport facilitation reforms, improving logistics practices, ports, etc. So I think there is a rich experience here, and also the work which is in the pipeline can itself be an important input into setting the vision. I now request Mr. Mitash to speak.
Thank you, Chair. So I was, also in the audience and heard the participants in the last session, and I think the chair of the last session visualized it. Can we say that in 2047 the LPAI will, in physical sense, shrink and allow trade which happens more on and use technology to happen trade almost seamlessly? The word used was seamless. Now let me pick up from there and slightly expand that particular vision, whether that particular vision can be actually achieved. And if yes, then what are the modalities by which that vision can be achieved? And as the chair of this session mentioned, will that actually compromise some of the requirements of security? And when I say security, it's not only in the sense of the security of a policing character, but security from the point of view of health security, because pathogens can also cross borders, and in terms of the security which is required for customs. Let me divide this into two broad topics. One is on cargo, and the other is on people. But when I say cargo again has several characteristics, and along with the cargo there is an ecosystem. So the cargo would also mean people who are accompanying the cargo also will need facilitation. Now cargo, where does it move from? I mean, if we try to see the value chains, or what I call supply chains, as somebody was mentioning that supply chains need to be developed in the region, and we were carrying out a study within the ADB and of what we call as supply chains. And interestingly, I think somebody mentioned in the last session also, I think Satish only mentioned in the last session, that we found that there are goods which are being actually produced in India, but the same goods of similar quality, the neighboring countries are actually importing from very far off countries. Now, why is it that we are unable to either it's information, one plausible cause will be that it is information asymmetry, or the other possible clause is that the trade moves in a fashion, or the logistics of trade between the two countries is in a manner that it imposes as much additional cost that it becomes easier to import from a third country. And similar thing study, it is not only for Indian goods, a similar study has been done for some other, that there are certain things which are being produced in other countries, but it is very difficult for India to access it from our neighboring countries, and therefore India also imports it from other countries. So this is a cross-sectoral study we have done, and this was some sort of an eye-opener that there is something which is making the region a little bit unintegrated. Now goods need to move from production center to consumption centers, and in between there are borders. Goods also need to move from production center to production centers. Production to consumption, production to production, and production to production is something what we call as value chains, and production to consumption is, of course, all of us know about it. And then there is a requirement of the good to move in transit. For example, if Nepal wants to get something from outside, it needs to cross Indian borders, and it needs to go there's a concept called transit. And of course, I did mention that people also move along with cargo. In addition to that, people also move for other reasons, which was discussed last time: tourism, medical, and other entertainment, and other aspects where people move from one country to the other. When we talk about invisible borders, what do we actually mean about it? Let's see it in the context of cargo. Can a border become invisible in the context of a cargo? My short answer would be yes, it can. But there are certain prerequisites by which it can be moved into that direction. And what are those prerequisites? Now, as the colleague Mr. Bandwal mentioned, that some processing of border clearances can be done in advance. And that would require, may I say, a little bit of coordination on the regulatory frameworks. So, for example, in fact, during lunch I was discussing with Satish, and he gave a very good example of Mongolia and China, where they are looking towards a long partnership. The first phase of the partnership is to see whether the documentations that are required from both sides are in a common fashion and it is digital. So that if a trader is there, I just need to upload the document once and it goes to both directions, whichever is the regulatory agency it needs to go, and they both accept the same thing. Similarly, if inspections are, the next phase would be that if inspections have been carried out by one, it is accepted by the other. Is there a possibility of a regimen of that kind? And it is not fanciful thinking. Actually, it is being done in many other parts of the world. So it is not fanciful thinking. If it is to be done, then there has to be some coordination, or may I say some sort of agreement between the type of regulatory regimes that we need to follow and a heavy use of technology, because then the traders all need to just file it once and it goes to all the regulatory agencies and they can carry out their checks. The second aspect of this particular regimen is that there should be a risk-based assessment. You cannot do for every goods. It will be impossible to do it for every goods. So there has to be a risk-based system, and customs actually has brought this about. They are following it. You would be surprised to know that there are so many partner government agencies, we call them as PGAs for customs. So whenever a good actually comes to the customs point, then it goes to the various PGAs depending on what characteristic of good it is. So suppose if it is a food item, it goes to FSSAI. Suppose if it's any other, it's an animal product, then there is another system of it goes to some other department for clearance, and therefore each system is again then does the check, and that actually causes the delay in many cases. Somebody also talked about laboratories not being there in the border points and the requirement for that. So that would require a risk-based, what I'm trying to say is it will require a risk-based assessment system as to which of them will actually get inspected and at what point will it get inspected. In addition to that, can we say that if the exporting country has done its own risk analysis and cleared a good, can that be accepted by the importing country? So, so that it's assessed at one point. These all will reduce the regulatory burden. And I'm very happy to say that with the support of the logistics division in Government of India, much of the work on risk-based assessment is already being done. And customs is a very important partner in it. And along with the customs and the partner government agencies, already a risk-based assessment system has been institutionalized. But may I say so, it is institutionalized in India, but it needs to be done on the other sides of the border also. Because India is a front runner, so they do many of these things in advance. But unless it is done on the other side of the border, a trader will face a similar regime on the other side of the border. So these are some of the areas that we thought are important and needs to be brought for some discussion in a forum like this. The second was in terms of transport facilitation. So is it possible that a truck, let us say with textiles, from Dhaka comes right up to Patparganj? Now again, So production center to consumption center. And nowhere, no check in between. The customs at Patparganj clears it, and the custom at Dhaka clears it, and it directly comes here. That's what I think we are thinking about when we say invisible borders. Let me, I don't know how many of you actually know this, but this actually has been experimented. And this was a very successful experiment which was carried out. And I'm sure the chair was also a very important partner in sort of getting this done at that point of time. That proved the case that it can be actually done. So when we are saying that we require such a big border infrastructure, my premise or my initial question will be that looking into the future, is such a big border infrastructure actually required? And answer is yes and no, both. I'll come to both aspects. Technology has been used when this experimentation was done from Bangladesh to Dhaka to Delhi, that is Patparganj. This brings us to another question, that can we think, we are all talking about border delays, and everybody knows that it takes about 16 days or 17 days to clear borders at some of the borders, not all borders. Some borders, we are all aware, it takes 16 or 15 days or even 10 days. Whereas, ideally it should just cross. It should not even take, if everything is technology driven, you can just cross, and why should it even take even 5 hours? It can just cross if everything is technology driven. This brings me to another question, is there a possibility, and the answer is yes, it is obvious, but is there a possibility to have off-border clearance? Why do we need to clear all the goods at the border? Is there a possibility that there can be an off-border clearance? The answer is yes, it can be done. And one example is, which I have just given, it was not only off-border, it was beyond borders clearance. Actually, it was cleared in Dhaka and then cleared in Patparganj. So there is a possibility that it can be done. What would it entail? The point is, what would it entail? It will first of all entail that goods carrier can move from one country to the other country. And that is where I come back to the position of the BBI and MVA, which all the foreign affairs ministries are now coordinating. Initially, it was being done by the transport ministries. Now it is being done by the foreign ministry. The BBI and MVA agreement actually has been signed. It is the protocols that need to be finalized, the cargo protocols and the passenger protocols that need to be finalized. And on 7th and 8th of March, after almost about 2 years gap, and because of the pandemic, it could not be done, the MEA actually invited the 3 countries, that is Bangladesh, Nepal, and of course Bhutan. And the meeting was held in India, and substantial progress has been actually achieved. In fact, a lot of agreements were reached, and agreement have also been reached for a 6-month work plan to see that this actually gets implemented, and a little bit of pilot run is also envisaged to see whether actually what we are saying can be done on a scale, on a regular basis, not one truck coming from Dhaka to Patparganj, but actually on a scale can it be done. And this pilot which will get implemented will give us a lot of ideas about what could be the possible challenges and how those could be then accommodated within the protocols. And of course, there will be, it's a lot of technical issues are involved, and therefore, suffice to say here that it is work in progress. And if it actually comes through, maybe the requirements which are there at the border may slightly go down. The physical infrastructure will go down. So to that extent, are we saying that the borders are going to become invisible? My answer would be yes. To a large extent, it will become invisible. But let me also say that, will it become completely invisible? Now, let me give you I was just, philosophically thinking, if a truck has to go from, let us say, Bangladesh to Nepal, and if it has to return with no cargo from Nepal, suppose it takes the cargo from Nepal, or a truck from, say, let us say, Dhaka to Patparganj, because that example I have given, and it goes back empty, then the economics don't work out. Then actually it's better to, economics works out only in the time sense. The time is saved. But in terms of cost, A transshipment, perhaps, we will have to do a little bit of calculations. I'm not saying that I'm giving a firm calculation, but it may open a challenge that if cargo returns, if the returned cargo of a Bangladeshi truck actually comes to Patparganj, and if it is not able to pick up cargo from here and has to go back empty right up to the point of their own production center, then we'll have to do a little bit of calculations and to see whether transshipment at border was more useful than this particular. This gives us another food for thought, that the agglomeration points of export-import cargo would have to be done in a fashion which is very scientific, evidence-based, data-based. So that if a truck, Indian truck going to Kathmandu or Nepalese truck going to, to Kolkata, will it actually get returned cargo? And so that's the point where a little bit of studies will have to be done. We'll have to see what are the points of off-border agglomeration of both import-export cargo, and then only these economics will actually work out. So I'm sorry, I'm exceeding the time. So yes. So I'll stop here. I mean, there are. What I'm saying is, yes, it is possible, but it entails a lot of hard work, lot of studies, lot of may I say, work to be done, and much of the work is already going on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for pointing out. I got carried away with some of the examples.
So thank you, Mr. Mitash. I think his remarks not only give us a framework for setting the vision in terms of what are the factors that move across the borders, be they goods or means of transport and people, and how in each case the borders can be made very soft, if not fully invisible, by digitizing, automating, trying to do processes, as many processes as possible away from the borders, using risk management to achieve the balance between security and facilitation, so that what actually happens at the borders is minimal, and to tailor the infrastructure accordingly. So thank you very much. Our next panelist is Mr. Rafaq Hussain, Director, Bureau of Research on Industry and Economic Fundamentals. I think in any such exercise, it's very important to have the views of an eminent think tank, and I'm very happy that Mr. Hussain is here. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think the previous speakers have taken a very logical thought forward. Mr. Banwal talked about, we already have examples in the form of seaports. We don't need to go international. We have the examples of digitization in seaport. And Mr. Nilaya also talked about what we have been already doing in the form of digitization and taking from Dhaka to Patparganj. So that is, this is what we envisage in the next 10 years, 15 years with arrangements like BBIN coming into picture, BIMSTEC. So all this is going to, these are the frameworks of policies for facilitation, but on ground, the role of institutions like Land Ports Authority of India and other infrastructure institutions is going to be critical. We all are aware that South Asia's potential has not been achieved in terms of trade. We're still around 5%, while the trade potential by different studies has been $60 billion or $67 billion. We still have not achieved that. I mean, one of the core reasons being given for that is connectivity. And connectivity can be achieved through visions of our ports. And smart ports is one vision that we need to harness. And what would smart port look like, where we reduce human intervention? There is real-time monitoring of cargo. There is information sharing among the stakeholders, and when I say stakeholders, it is not only Indian stakeholders. I need to do cross-border information sharing. If I'm at Petropol, if customs at Petropol has some information, they would need to share some information with the customs of Bangladesh to facilitate the cargo movement there. And another one would be the multimodal connectivity, which is again very important to ensure that we do not, that the traders, the importers and the exporters do not lose time. Because at the moment, in the last few years, when government's focus has been on ease of doing business, enhancing the trade environment in India, we have improved in our rankings of ease of doing business. And the focus primarily has been on the maritime trade. over the last many years. But I think time has come that we need to move to ICPs, particularly with the focus of our government on look east policy or neighborhood first policy. So we need to focus on our ICPs and the land borders also to facilitate with the same focus that we did on seaports. And the good thing now is that we have examples of seaports. So they had port community system, they're building on other infrastructure, digital infrastructure like ULIP. So we need to take the good practices from that and see how we can develop. And also see what were the challenges in that. Because a lot of times we just focus on good things and we don't look at the negative aspects that could come. So in any, again, based on our research on ground, in any digital platform, what are the challenges that we may face? I mean, we have built so many digital platforms in maritime trade, a lot of them in isolation. Systems don't talk to each other, which again leaves that room of parallel hard copy being used. So what are the three problems that we face? One is the shortcoming in functionalities. So I may develop a world-class digital platform, but I may miss out on some very important functionality that I need to have in that. And we have seen that there are examples of that. We have seen that in maritime trade and air trade also. So that's one problem that we face. The other problem is that systems don't talk to each other. Till the time my ice gate doesn't talk to the land port community system, I think we'll not be able to achieve the vision what Mr. Nilaya is saying. So, and these are not very simple. We may say, okay, let them talk, but we are seeing that in Seaport, maybe Mr. Rajiv Puri would talk about that, how much time it took them to let PCS talk to IceGate. When I say talk, I mean message exchange to facilitate trade. And the third one, which we sometimes ignore also, is the awareness among the stakeholders, which is our importers, exporters, clearing agents, and the capacity building of our officers. So today, if I go to a port and I speak to a person, a customs officer, he may find it convenient to clear more bill of entries or shipping bills if I give him a bunch of hard copies and he'll do it right away. Then he will do it in system. So there is that need for capacity building also among the stakeholders and also awareness among the whole ecosystem. When I say ecosystem, it includes the shipping lines, the transporters. Everyone has to be nudged to use these platforms. I mean, these are again learnings from seaports. We saw that there was a lot of reluctance among various stakeholders to use these port community systems and other government digital platforms. So all that needs to be taken into consideration when we are envisaging a digitized platform at our seaports. So there is a need for digital due diligence before we actually build the system, because once these systems are built, there's a lot of resources that get into it, that time that goes into it. And then we realize, okay, oh, if we miss this, let's develop a latch on to this and then we'll create. But it loses the purpose, the whole purpose of harmonization and standardization. The ultimate goal should be harmonization and standardization. And it's not only about my ports. I need to harmonize myself with the bordering port as well. We need to have those harmonization of standards and regulatory as well as logistics movement. Because we see that regulatory harmonization or developing regulatory processes when it comes to customs, I mean, as Mr. Nilaya said, we have reached a level where today risk-based, risk-free facilitation, the RMS facilitation is in the range of 75 to 85%, which is a decent number. And this is based on our research that it is around 75 to 85%. But what about the physical movement? That is also to be taken into consideration. We may develop world-class smart ports, but if my journey to port is not streamlined, that also needs to be taken into consideration. Then the purpose of my smart port goes for a toss. So the domestic logistics, which is very uncertain at the moment, there is no predictability. If my container starts from Delhi today, I don't know when it will reach Raxaul or GNPT or any other port. So that predictability is what is missing, and that predictability is because of our domestic logistics infrastructure also, which leads to enhanced logistics cost. So these are some of the aspects that we need to keep in mind while we are thinking of our smart ports. Another example I may give here is land ports, our Petropol, for example. My truck from India, which would take around 2 days. You said 15, but yeah, that's outside the port. We know there's a parking there which takes many, many days. If I talk about, that's what I meant when I say outside the port. We need to keep that in consideration. So within the port, it might, my side, it might get cleared in 24 hours, 36 hours. But again, based on some of the statistics, it comes back after 4 days. The truck, the empty truck comes back after 4 days. So it takes 2 days with me, 4 days in Bangladesh, then it comes back, and so these 6 days is cost to the exporter, because the transporter would charge it to the exporter. So the 6 days of truck cost is the cost of the exporter, which is also again adding, all this adds up to the logistics cost, which again we have, which has resulted in that perception, not perception, reality, that the logistics cost in India is high, which is because of all these factors. So I would say that the digitization of our ports in terms of digital infrastructure in the lines of land port community system, where we get the learnings from the seaports, maritime trade, how they have developed. The domestic logistics need to be integrated with our ports through, we have example of dedicated freight corridors. We still don't know when that would be ready. We are extending, the deadlines are extending every year. Partially it has been started, but eventually by the time it is fully operational, the value that it was envisaged with, that value gets reduced. It may eventually be fully operational, but the value it could have given to our trade, if it would have started on time, gets reduced by this delay. The other thing is we have this now. I think another important message from our Prime Minister over the last few months is on the PM Gati Shakti. So we need to integrate our ICPs with that as well. The project, the last mile connectivity, the digital connectivity, all that needs to be under that one umbrella, so that this coordination problem that we have with the state government, the central ministries, that also gets solved. That coordination within the line ministries and the state governments is again one of the key bottlenecks, and that is one of the problems of our Petropol 15 days delay that happens outside the port. It's again that lack of coordination that we couldn't succeed in solving that problem. So these are some of the thoughts that I will stop with. And I'm happy to take any comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hussain. I think some of the key points that is made is about that while we set about on this path to automation and digitalization, that this should be comprehensive. I think it's a very good point, because when the pandemic hit us 2 years back, every country liked to say that they have automated. But when the pandemic hit and the officers could not reach their physical locations and paper copies could not be carried, then suddenly we found that there's so many gaps in this automation. Actually, you need so many paper submissions, you need officer to do certain physical activities. So I think making automation comprehensive, and a very important point is about interoperability of systems. Everybody has a system now. So you need interoperability at national level, and you need cross-border interoperability as well, and both are challenging in their own way and very important. Another point, as I said, capacity building, but I think he's also hinted at the inertia to change. People like to work with old methods. So change of mindset or change management will be important as we go about making ports smart and borders soft. And finally, on the domestic logistics, all very key points and well appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Hussain. Next panelist is Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary, from the National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation. corridors, be it industrial corridors or economic corridors or transport corridors, play a very key role. In fact, they generate a lion's share of the economic activity. And there are so many corridors under planning or under execution in this region, at present under national level, but going forward we may have cross-border corridors as well. So I will be happy to hear your views on this. Over to Mr. Chaudhary.
Thank you, sir. In fact, the points which has been raised by my earlier speaker, I would like to just throw some lights on that, and would also like to apprise the audience with regard to what are the steps which has been taken in the past 2 years in order to solve some of these activities which our country was facing from long. First of all, I would like to just divide my entire conversation into two major categories. One, the physical mapping of infrastructure which has taken place as part of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. And secondly, the integration of the systems of the different ministries under the Unified Logistics Interface Platform. Under PM Gati Shakti, 17 ministries involving around 8 infrastructure ministries and nearly 9 ministries which are involved in the development of any kind of economic zone or where any kind of value addition of economic activity is being undertaken. That has been mapped on a GIS-based platform already. Nearly 400 GIS layers have been created of the infrastructure which is right now in existence and the infrastructure which is going to be after considering the plans of the respective line ministries over a period of next 1 or 2 decades. So that work has already been done, and technically it has been supported by BISEG-N. Honorable Prime Minister has launched the PM Gati Shakti on 13th of November. It's a dynamic portal whereby the infrastructure which is being created by the central ministries as well as the state departments will get integrated with each other, and which will eventually help in doing the planning, because every single ministry, every single department works in isolation with each other. A road is being constructed the next very day, another ministry or another department will come up and dig it up. So in order to have coordination, in order to have synchronization in the activities of different ministries, this PM Gati Shakti portal has been created. And a lot of sensitization in terms of capacity building exercises. More than 6 zonal conferences have been organized to sensitize the grassroots workers what exactly the PM Gati Shakti portal is all about and how it can be used. How it can be used for better planning, how it can be used for achieving efficiencies, how it can be used for achieving better results. Not only this, I would request the authorities out here that whatever systems ultimately Land Port Authority is going to develop, they can also map as an infrastructure on the PM Gati Shakti portal. The technical details can be worked out. Secondly, with regard to Unified Logistics Interface Platform, Mr. Hussain just pointed out the systems of different ministries don't talk to each other. But I think that statement will be true if we were making that statement a year back. But under ULEP, we have already integrated 24 systems of 7 different ministries, spanning across 1450 messages, and by way of developing 78 APIs. Just to give you an example, Ministry of Road Transport, they are having 3 systems which are operational right now: Vahan, Sarthi, and FASTag. From Vahan, you can get the authentication about the vehicle. From Sarthi, you can get the authentication about the driver, his license, whether he is running a commercial vehicle, operating a commercial vehicle, holding a normal driving license. And from FASTag, the movement of vehicles from one place to another. Within the department, these 3 systems were running on 3 different portals and 3 different technologies. These 3 systems within the same ministry were not talking to each other. So that way, we have integrated, for example, voice system of railways, Vahan, Sarthi, FASTag of MORTH, IceGate of Customs, Port Community System of IPA, Ministry of Shipping, Air Cargo Community System of Civil Aviation. Within Civil Aviation also there were 3 systems. Bombay and Delhi Airport was operating on another system. Bangalore, Hyderabad operating on another system, and the airports which are managed by Airport Authority of India, that system is being developed by I-Class. So different systems within the same ministry, again not talking to each other. So we are talking about data, then we are talking about analysis of data, then we are talking about putting up AI ML tools on the data. But the data is totally disintegrated. The importance which to my mind is that if we need to have a macro picture of implementing smart ports, not only the ports which are the land ports, but also otherwise, we need to have the synchronization of the data within our own system, first of all, and that, like Nilay sir has just mentioned, that not only the acceptability within our own ministries and the systems, but also the receiving nation and the receiving authority, whosoever is the case, they should be in a position to give access on the basis of the documentation or the inspection carried out at our end. So I think from day one, whatever systems the Land Port Authority of India is going to develop, like land port management system on the lines of PCS, that can immediately be integrated with the ULIP platform, which will start giving the data in an integrated fashion. And over a period of time, when we will be having a lot of data that can be analyzed by using AI/ML tools and a predictive analysis, a congestion analysis, dwell time analysis, all that can be made. This has already been demonstrated as part of our logistic data bank project, whereby till today, we have tracked more than 46 million EXIM containers. From last 6 years, we are tracking every single EXIM container of the country by way of putting up a RFID tag. So we are publishing monthly reports whereby we are naming what is the best performing port, best performing CFS, worst performing ICD. So all the data of the last 6 years is helping us in coming out with those repositories of information, which is helping all the stakeholders put together to improvise their systems, to improvise their technologies, to improvise their processes. So to my mind, in order to have more and more visibility and more digitization of the smart ports, integration will be the key. And definitely technology will be the key economic driver as we move forward with this vision of achieving 2047. And not only this, in terms of ULIP, what we have done, in the second phase of the ULIP, we are also targeting a single documentation system irrespective of the mode of transport. So that is still a thought that has not yet been done, but that is the phase 2 of ULIP which we are targeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. I think it was quite eye-opening to know the amount of work that has already been done and also the glimpse into the future. I used to say part humorously that we are in an era of multiple single windows because everybody claimed to have a single window, and in the end there were multiple single windows. So I'm very happy to hear that under the Gati Shakti they're bringing them, maybe finally we'll have a single window. Also, again, the suggestion to integrate the border infrastructure into the Gati Shakti, it's a key suggestion. And also, at the end of it, I already briefly mentioned that all this data that is being generated, it should not be just used to, compile just statistics, but it should be mined and we should get all the insights from it. So the suggestion that how we could do the dwell time issues and bottlenecks. So it is really helpful in business process reengineering, in identifying pain points and in taking remedial measures. So I think it was really a very useful intervention. Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Sohail Kazani, Managing Director, Bharat Freight Group. Just to remind that all that we are debating and visualizing is ultimately for users, which is private sector and trade, transport sectors. So it's very important to have their perspective in how we should move towards the future, because ultimately proof of pudding is their endorsement. So over to you, Mr. Kazani.
Thank you, sir. Well, when I received this invitation, Vision 2047, I started watching a science fiction movie in my brain, that in 2047, are we really going to even have any human intervention? Or are we going to have bots and drones doing all the job? Or what kind of technologies would be finally adopted to handle the jobs of the border activities? So when I talk about the border, we have we have reasons for the borders. One is to maintain the national security, which will always be there, and which also intervenes in the process when we think of having a borderless trade, a borderless vision. Second is about the customs and revenue, and the third is about people. So, looking at all these three aspects, when it comes to national security, I think they shouldn't be looking at having anything borderless, because they will be always on the borders, I think. I don't know how we could make national security virtual. So that is one thing that will always keep developing with the field formation and intelligences, which will always keep giving new ideas to the customs, and the customs will always come up with new ways to keep checking and intervening. So I really don't know how that will work, but yes, we have the best brains here who will keep innovating ways to minimize and make business easy. But what I could visualize as in the science fiction movie that I saw when I read this topic again and again is, with the advancement of technology, we have today high-speed scanners that scan the entire consignment, that can scan, give us thermal scans, that can give us messages about the kind of consignments that we do not want in our country. And that can happen much before the vehicles reach the borders. Secondly, there are smart cameras nowadays that come with algorithms, that can count, that can see, that can sense, that can recognize faces. So these are the kind of technologies. When I did the INSTC run, I saw that Iran, a country like Iran, was using satellite GPS and cameras and RFIDs to ensure that the vehicle moves seamlessly across the borders. If you see that the movement that they have across Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan, they have a very fixed system of monitoring every vehicle and the time that the vehicle has taken. So if the vehicle has exceeded a certain amount of time, then it is subjected to check. Otherwise, it just moves seamlessly. Again, in those countries, the TIR carnet has been adopted much before. We have adopted it quite late. But our neighboring countries on the right side, like Nepal and Bangladesh, are yet to adopt it. So once we have a uniform practice and policy of having a TIR carnet, of having a EDI exchange of data in advance, I think those are things that we have already discussed and talked about. But how can we look at technologies to be invested more rather than physical infrastructures? When I say technologies, I mean AI, big data, satellite-driven surveillances, I mean scanners, and I mean smart cameras. These are the things that we need for the future. So when I would wish, if I would have been in the seat of administration, that every time a policy is being made, or every time a rule or a formulation is being made of an activity during the border crossing, I would also want a software and a hardware team to sit with them to translate it into technology simultaneously and implement it at the same time. So that it is in practice, not in. So what happens is when we make a policy and then we start thinking of a technology, it takes another 5 years to come into action. But if something is done simultaneously along with the policy making and field formulations, as well as we have all our neighboring countries participate in the entire exercise inclusively, I think it is something very easily achievable and in a very short time. So when I go to Dubai, with a single document like a passport, I scan, I have a retina scan, and I just go through. There is no human intervention. There's very less time taken. Similarly, in US, you have a single document. In Dubai, you have a single document declaration for customs. You don't have a 10-page, 20-page bill of entry and a manifest like we still have here. So reducing the size of the document, making it a single document which is filed in advance, moves seamlessly on the other side, and the smart infrastructure that scans and verifies that what is declared is being carried. I don't think we would need anything much at the border to be actually checked or stopped, unless it's a matter of national security, as I said, because they will always be there. So, having said that, these are the few things that I think needs an immediate attention, and I think that is what we need to work on when it comes to cargo and people at land ports, that they should also participate in the information technology investments, whether it's a satellite or a scanner or a GPS or RFIDs. These are things that also you should look at, other than the civil structures and the creation of ancillary facilities at the ICPs. ICP itself is a very good advancement where dual custom borders have been done away with. That itself is a nice one step forward that we have moved, at getting both countries' borders inclusive in a common area. Now what we need to do, sit in the common area and think in a common way. So, yeah, so this is what I had mainly to say and submit. I leave it to the chair to take this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Kazani. While he humorously put it as a science fiction, but I think it's no longer fiction. These are technologies that have been tried out elsewhere, have been found effective elsewhere, and even we have been trying out many of these. And the importance of technology in making any process or facility smart is that it does it without being very intrusive. You know, like we hear about this phrase like having an eye in the sky. You have a very good monitoring ability, and you leverage that added ability to simplify and facilitate as well. I think that's where technology is going to play a key role, and thank you for highlighting that again. We now come to the last speaker, Mr. Rajiv Puri, Executive Director IT and CEO of Indian Ports Association. So the journey of IPA in developing the PCS, the first version, and how they moved on to the further versions and what are their next steps. I think it will hold important lessons for the Land Port Authority as well, because we have heard about the Land Port community system. So we're looking forward to learning from this experience. Over to you, Mr. Puri.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, presentation, please. Yeah. So, thank you, speakers. Already, all the colleagues and the senior speakers have already informed about a lot of points, which is, in fact, during the last 15 years, we were experimenting, and some of the things we have touched. In my existing presentation, I will be covering most of the things, and then I will leave the Mr. Satish to please look into those things. Next slide, please. So already, Abhishek ji already spoken about the Gati Shakti and all these things. In fact, PCS and whatever journey we have done, we have already interconnected with the ULIP. And if you see, the ULIP is nothing but an information aggregated system, and it is connected with the many system. We are also part. Both together, if we will work, we are complementing to each other, and it become to the transforming information system for India, which is nothing but a Gati Shakti. It is nothing but a multimodal things. If you see, this is the overall logistic ecosystem. Already, some of the speakers say from exporter to importer. These are the things which is logistic ecosystem we have shown. Even that here you will see air is there, then there is a importer, and there are forwarder. There are all stakeholder and actor. Please click so that it will be visible to all the audience how it is working. Next, start clicking. So these are the different version we have. And next slide. So overall, if you see EXIM trade, this is the logistics ecosystem. If these things is understood, so then there is a very easy to implement the further system, and during the last 15 years, we have experiment lot of things and discontinue lot of processes and improve a lot of, even that initial stage when we had started, that users, if some users are there, I think sir also can see those things. Earlier, that is, people used to carry 7, 10 copies of shipping bills, this and all these things, even at berthing applications. They run from pole to neck and standing in the queues. Today, that is not happening. Ice gate is there, shipping bill is there, online submission is there. There is no need of carrying those 10 copies or 12 copies. Maybe somewhere it is fine, but it is not required. At today's that implementation, so that is reduced. Even that I have already witnessed. I am just visiting not many ports. Those people who used to go for a simple berthing application, they used to carry even as application for voice shipping. So those things has been stopped. I will say today, not paperless, there is a less number of paper is there, but we are here to implement paperless. Still we are waiting, but less paper we have done. So that is already, we had informed that Ministry of Shipping, that we are having, initially we started with 1.0, then we have migrated to 1.x. Now we are going with the NLP also, National Logistic Portal. And with this, with ULIP, it is, will be achieving that Gati Shakti. Next. So what I can say that PC and NLP is the DNA of Shakti, enabling transactions. So if you see next slide, so if you see PCS, when we had implemented, it was just concentrated on port. This is red color is there. So when we are now migrating to NLP, now it is concentrated to, next slide please, it is concentrated to importer and exporter. So whole these processes which is there, we are going to implement in NLP. So if you see the journey of this, which we have done, next slide please. So we started these things in 2006 when we says that PCS at port level. For all the major ports we started, in fact, that we are the association of all major ports. We started with major ports, and we took, to start, we done 1 year study at each and every ports we have gone, and then made the processes, not messages, processes we took and made standardized process with the help of NIC. After that, we only brought out the tender. So with all the processes as part of tender, and we selected, international tender was there, global tender, and selected one of the Singapore company. And in 3 years, we could able to complete 3 phases. And it is in 3 years, 2009 only, we could able to complete all the processes which we had defined in the tender. And during this course, of course, we won many prizes also. And after that, spending around 10 to 11 years of implementation, we migrated to another version. It is PCS 1X. Why we have given PCS 1X? We have not given the number because we thought of first in migration, then something else. So this is just nothing but a cloud migration to the cloud environment and latest technology, and we kept the core as same. We wanted to have another version, but later on that mandate came, don't to go to PCS, go for National Logistic Portal. So then we have start working on that, and National Logistic Portal, instead of whole things, we have taken as a marine. So National Logistic Portal Marine we have started, and we awarded in 2021. And it is a one-stop platform for the importer and exporter, which is already have shown for exporter and business needs of logistics. So this is already we have started, and in 2022 we are expecting to implement this NLP Marine also. So next slide. And what are the area we are covering in the National Logistic Portal? First of all, we are not, whatever experience we have gained in PCS, we are not ignoring those things. We thought of building the NLP on bootstrapping of PCS only. So core, whatever we have, we will be building on that, and there will be around 4 modules, which is cargo services, carrier services, banking, and regulatory, which is PGAs and our other PC already discussed. So what are the coverage? Coverage is 43 trades association, 19 ministry, and 61 PGAs and EPCs, and 30 latch-on providers. Why latch-on providers? Because we are thinking that instead of developing the full system, already in the market there are many software providers which is working in the EXIM trade. We have thought of integrated with them and reducing the time of development. Already around 10 latch-on provided, already we have integrated in the MOU has been signed. In fact, PCS 1X already we have. Even that we are now already going towards the integration with the international ports. Dubai, we have already signed the agreement, UAE, and integration testing is going on, and very shortly they will be connecting with us. That cross-border which we are talking, it will be a seamless. Here what we are trying to do, that whatever IEGM is we are custom issuing in India, that is IGM for them. So this way that we are trying to reduce, there are certain, if you see PCS, if you go through all these things, this concept, interoperability, cross-border exchange. So there, what we did, the standards which was available in the international, we adopted that one. That's why today we are compliance for any of the international ports we can connect and exchange the messages. And those things, how it is possible, we have used UNEDIFAT standard messages, which is country, India, we have taken as a standard for implementation, and all the WC recommendation, IMO false conventionals, and UN doc, those things have been adopted while implementing PCS 1.0, and still we are adopting those things, because when we are talking about the PCS type of system, it is not for a country, it is meant for trade border cross. If tomorrow like UAE today we are doing, if tomorrow those whatever we have in the system, they are not able to read, so that is your implementation cannot be done. Suppose Nepal you are doing, so if their system is understanding is different, our is standard, so there is an international standards already available. Those things from the in 2006 itself we have inbuilt. In fact, at that time XML was not there in the standard, so we made our XML. Our XML, which we had made along with the custom, is now national standard. And in fact, I am proud to say that today most of the people are using our XML standards and tags, because we were the first at that time, and even that some of the ports itself, private ports, they download our XML instead of developing, they use, because those XML is adopted by customs, shipping agents, everybody, so it's using same thing, so there are standards have been made. So next slide, please. So these are the guiding principle which is already we have discussed during the my colleagues, all the other senior speakers. So one of the things which we have made during the pandemic, which we have learned, that delivery order used to be a physical copy. So during this pandemic, last 3 years, which really happened, so we introduced this EDO, which is very well now accepted by custom, and everybody is, I think, will be happy that delivery order is electronically, port are using, and in fact, we had also working towards the EBL, which is very important. Today, in India, BL is a physical form, but we have already started working on EBL, and many pilot is going, Nitya Yogi is also doing, and we have already worked and already have EBL in place. Any attention if shipping lines want to do this EBL, we are ready. Means at least India is ready for accepting EBL. Only the things that banks and all these things has to be done. And our system is 256 bit encryptions, and already told we having international standard interoperability at national and international level, not in national, international level. This is the way we have done. So what are the impact? Yeah. So many people say that there is less impact. You see in 2006 and today. So you will see this type of impact. Please press enter. So if you see that in vessel profile, earlier it was 2 days, now it is hours. So this is the impact. Please press again. Earlier berthing request, if you see, there was people used to go and traffic measure, they used to keep line. Today, if you apply berthing application, it will take only hours, or if sometime it is negligible time. So berthing at least will be available on the site, and the lot of berthing meetings and all these things, those complicated things we are reducing. So similarly, other impact we have also shown. Today, what is there? We will say that today, worldwide, if you see, there is no port community system. We have in 27 ports. We have 27 ports on board, 150 CFS ICDs, 98 messages we have done. We are reducing this one. Now, that's next step NLP, we are reducing this one. 30 messages for CFS and ICDs. We have in 10 banks integrated, 6 payment gate integrated, and 3 aggregators on board. We have integrated with various government agencies like Indian Navies are there, and Coast Guards, MORHS, which is E1 and E-Sarthi, because we are implementing transport model where all gate automation will be implemented, which is lacking, we are lacking. ULIP already we said, we have ICE Gate. ICE Gate we are implementing with already SCMTR we are doing and already done, only 2-3 APS is pending. And we having today 16,000 plus corporate users. So these are the next slide is some success story in the newspaper, which is you can see. And next slide, please. So what is the expected? The government means a single and integrated system, increase integrated and transparency. That is the first, which is always every system used to have, which is we can say yes, we have achieved. And improved efficiency monitoring, improved accountability linkage, introduce professional standards, improve logistic skilling, improve global ranking. Yes, that global ranking, EDBO, I think our friend is there, he can brief, he was actually, we have given the task to actually see that if Indian ports are improving or not. I think he will be able to tell us that because of those interventions, we have Indian ease of doing business, we have improved in LPI, I think. Afagji will tell. So what are the traits we have in global supply chain? Already we have spoken during the last 2-3 hours. Trade transactions and common platform, digital payments transaction, reduce end-to-end logistic time reduction, increase in electronic transaction, logistic cost reduction. Yes, this is also reduced. Why we will, if somebody wants, so we will discuss that also. Because I having experience, if you ask from the users, earlier their manpower used to run here and there, those manpower has been reduced, and now they are doing those things electronically. And there are a lot of cost savings are there, but that is some of the cost saving they themselves collapse. So those things has to be looked into this. What are the next? It is finished. So now I just suggest that next slide, please. Only that I just wanted to propose that how, this is my individual capacity suggestion, there can be more. So these are some suggestions for LPI. Next slide. And these are already that my senior colleagues has already told that what are the things. Next slide, please. So interpretability, you should have process standardization. These are the 2-3 and government mandate. These are the 2-3 things you please consider while you are doing the functional consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Puri, for a very detailed presentation and the kind of impact that the PCS has been having and the improvements that are in the pipeline. I think this holds important lessons for the Land Port Authority also, including the last 3 slides, which had a key message. And while there will be some customization for the land ports, I think gate automation and slot management, I mean, these are all going to be key topics. So thank you all the panelists. What I will do in the interest of time is perhaps take 5 more minutes to invite ideas from the floor, from the audience. If you have anything directly relevant to the topic about how to make borders invisible or ports, smart ports, if you have any suggestions, would like to hear briefly, please be brief. We may not have any questions or clarifications now. You can always interact with the panelists in the tea break. Strictly may request you to stick to any ideas that you will have on the topic.
Yeah, please. So, heard a lot today on the topic, and especially the last speaker. What he has talked about the port community system has a lot of lessons for the land borders as well. But the peculiar nature of the border thing from the seaport, there may be some differences, and but nevertheless there will be a lot of learnings in that. So what do we consider a smart border? When we call a border smart as far as the land border is concerned, is it only the digitization part, that where we can digitize all the custom processes, the filing and the gate processes? I would consider it to be one aspect. And another important aspect would be the other aspect. A border will be smart only when a truck coming can just move into the, like was brought out by the other panelists also. If we are able to, that is the bottom line. If we are able to achieve that, then we would be actually be able to call it a smart border. But when will that happen? That will only happen with when the aspects of, say, personal movement, like covered by some panelists, immigration processes, all this is done beforehand. Cargo, the process of the ice gate and all this messaging is done beforehand. When the carrier movement, say the BBI and the TIR, CARNET, all this is done, already tied up. Only then the truck will be able to move. And on top of all this is the logistics problem. Problem is that when we go close to the border, the roads are very bad. There is no parking space available. So all these are like brought out by Mr. Hussain also, that the actual clearance time is only 24 to 36 hours, even by the customs. But it is that there is no parking space, so, and there is a waiting time, and now the trader doesn't know whether he will cross today, tomorrow, or after 10 days. So that is the main problem which is at the back of his mind. So now from this point of view, now I come to the question which Mr. Nilay left, that should we go in for, the border infrastructure, or should we stress more on the off-border clearance? Like, this is a long-term thing. If we can keep on investing on the border infrastructure, and after some years it may become redundant. When our digitization is at a very higher stage, we have more regulatory processes are in place, and then with the other country we are able to harmonize the things, and then at that time, the time may come, then this infrastructure will appear to be redundant. So I would only like to add here is that the two things. One is that in the near future, we don't see that all this happening so fast. So we definitely need infrastructure. As it is, the border infrastructure in our country, in the border places, is very weak. Not only the roads, there are, like we were talking in the previous section, that we don't have banks, we don't have internet, we don't have roads, we don't have parking spaces, we don't have warehousing, we don't have cold chains, we don't have all these at the present. So in case we are getting an agency to make these things right now, it's only going to help. Even the ICDs and CFS are far away. This where I am comparing with the seaport situation, where it is quite different, where these are well developed and the seaports and CFS are there close by. And so they are now, once they do the digitization part, they will be much faster. But here the basic problem is first of infrastructure. So we have to first create the infrastructure, and then we can move to the next step. So this is a small thing just I wanted to say, that at this point of time, border infrastructure is definitely required.
So I would like to highlight a few things on the commitment part at a global level, that by the year 2050, we don't want any emissions. Long-term travel, long-distance travel will only be by rail or by sea. Road movement will only be from the station to the port to the last mile, or the factory, you can say. And maybe that also will turn into hydrogen-based or whatever the green, the EV-based. So ultimately, when we are talking of land border stations, today or tomorrow, we got to look at the multimodal facilitation on every land border, where it's all rail-based. And that's the future. That's how things will be in future, whether it is Pakistan, Nepal, or Bangladesh. These are the three countries that we have on our borders right now. So we need to look at it from that perspective and invest in the vision forward. That's all I wanted.
I just wanted to add one thing, that as long as the transshipment thing is there, so we will need the infrastructure over there, because we have to unload and we have to load again. And warehousing.
Yeah.
Warehousing at the borders is a big asset for us, because it empowers the traders to keep their stuff down for some time.
I think Mr. Hussain also made this point about scalability. You know, when we now plan future infrastructure, we have to keep in mind these developments, whether it is BBIN or other technologies available. Maybe build it in a scalable way and not perhaps start the way we did in, say, Atari or Raxol, the initial business. But thank you for the points. If there is no other participant, I'll just take half a minute to sum up. Firstly, thank you, Chairman, for hosting this. In fact, I just thought that, you know, LPAI is created with the mandate of developing border infrastructure. And for such an organization to have a topic of making borders invisible, I think is very bold and visionary, and I must commend the chairman. And a lot of ideas have come, be it from a regulatory viewpoint of view, technology. Technology, of course, is only an enabler. It's not an end in itself. So how we have to use it as our slave to achieve our goals, and how we move away most of the controls from the borders so that borders remain efficient gateways. And that's it, and not beyond that. I think that is the takeaway. But I'm sure the conversations will continue, not just into the tea break and offline in the future as well. Much work needs to be done. So once again, thank you for all the exceptional panelists that have come up with many ideas, and for a very attentive audience. Thank you all.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's put our hands together for that very interactive, informative session we had. Thanking the chair and all the eminent panelists. I would request our chairperson, Mr. Reddy, to kindly do the honors on behalf of the organizers to present a token of gratitude and appreciation to all our panelists. We would begin with Mr. Sunil Kumar Banwal, Joint Secretary, Border Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for being here with us. To Mr. Nilay Mitash, Principal Operations Coordination Specialist, Region of Cooperation, Asian Development Bank. To Mr. Afaq Hussain, Director, Bureau of Research on Industry and Economic Fundamentals. Thank you. To Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary, National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation, NICDC. To Mr. Sohail Tazni, Managing Director, Bharat Freight Group. And to Mr. Rajiv Puri, Executive Director, IT and CEO, Indian Ports Association. Thank you. And may I once again request Mr. Aditya Mishra, Chairman, Land Ports Authority of India, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to our distinguished and eminent Chair, Mr. Satish Reddy, Trade Facilitation Expert, Asian Development Bank. And may I invite Mr. Mishra, Chairman, Indian Ports Authority of India, to kindly give the closing remarks. And let's put our hands together to welcome him once again.
Thank you very much. A very enlightening day, so to say, because we've had a lot of thoughts on the course that we have to chart over the next few decades, so to say, right from the thoughts that came from our Honorable Home Minister to all the panelists here who have a lot of experience in this field, and we greatly appreciate their time and their energy to give us this these thoughts. This will certainly act as a course correction if required to in the future journey of LPAI. I must also thank Mr. Satish Reddy, who very kindly accepted our invitation to chair this session. And since this is the end of the program, let me thank the whole of the LPAI family for being here today and helping host this function, the 10 years of LPI. I congratulate all of you who have worked here for so many years. And I'll be failing if I don't thank our ministry and our Department of Border Management, especially Mr. Sunil Banwal, who is a great moral support to us always. So thank you very much, and we wish you a very happy day and a happy Holi tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those closing remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, with that we close the proceedings of today's function. Once again, congratulating all the LPAI officers for completing a decade of services to the nation. And thank you to each one of you for sparing your time and being here with us and making this event a huge success. And before we close, a very happy Holi to each one of you. Have a wonderful evening ahead, safe journey home, namaskar and good evening.
थोड़ा